te rangi nei, Māori ora, kia tātou katoa. As I say, welcome along to annual plan hearing. Just noting we have 4 councillors online, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Mayling, Councillor Butler and Councillor Greening. So they're all joining us online. I'll move to apologies. I don't think we have any. Everyone is here, so that there's nil. Any declarations of interest? Would not expect so. There are no late items. So I'll just briefly, before we start into the submitters, I'll just come across to Amy to just briefly introduce the report that sits behind today's submission hearing.
Kia ora, atamaria, kunihera o te tai aorere. Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. So your role today is as the hearing panel for the submissions hearing on the annual plan 2026-27. The report enables you to accept and hear those submissions. We received 367 submissions, including 6 late submissions, and we've provided the schedule for speakers today with an updated list also provided. You've got copies of their submissions and any attachments. The report does not contain the staff deliberations, which will be provided prior to your 28th May meeting. Speakers have been allocated 5 minutes to speak to their submission, including any time for your questions, and they're scheduled into 30-minute slots today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So in the interest of moving through the day in a timely fashion, we will get to the first submitter. Councillor Greening, do you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Don't sound too disappointed. Just a quick question on the late submissions. Late up until the end of the 6th of May, 5 p.m, were there any received after that date? Like how many have been received after that date, and what was the last date that they were received? Or have we got all late submissions?
I'll come across. Who's going to answer that question? Amy.
There were no further submissions.
There were no further submissions. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. So there's a resolution before we move to the first submitter. Just that coming back to Councillor Greening's point, declines to accept late submissions post the 6th of May, as we understand there were none anyway, and then just accepts the late submissions that were received before that date. So I'll look to have that moved now. Councillor McNamara, moving. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ellis. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Right, so we'll move on to the first submission, which is Peter Verstappen speaking on behalf of the Waimea South Community Facility Charitable Trust. Welcome, Peter. So, given you're first up, 5 minutes. There'll be a little ding bell at 3, but you can utilise the entire 5 minutes to speak to us. If you wish to leave some time for questions, then obviously do so within the 5 minutes.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, it's a pleasure to be here speaking to you this morning, and I just want to start by thanking you all for the work that you do on our behalf. I know that this is a difficult time. You've got a lot of challenging decisions ahead of you, and I do understand and appreciate that. So thank you for the work. It's a pleasure to take this opportunity to speak directly to our submission on the draft annual plan, and I'm speaking here for the Waimea South Community Facility Charitable Trust, and our purpose, of course, is the Wakefield Community Hub project. We're pleased that in the draft annual plan, the Council's preferred option is to continue this project, and naturally we support that. I want to just remind Council of your own vision statement as it's written in the consultation document of that plan, is to create a thriving, resilient Tasman, to nurture a Tasman district that has a healthy environment, a strong economy and a vibrant community. So where we sit, where our project sits, is around the vibrant community. And picking up on your commitment to a vibrant community, we take that to mean a community that is connected and caring, where our people are healthy, they're safe, they're able to realise their potential. Now, there are many ways to nurture a vibrant community, and of course, that's not all the council's responsibility, but the council plays its part. And that part is in the provision of facilities fit to create and sustain those vibrant communities. Now, these are no less important in the council's responsibilities to its community than mending potholes and maintaining water pipes, in our view. Now, we get it that council has some tough calls to make in this annual plan. But the question of continuing or pausing the Wakefield Hub project is not one of those tough calls. If the question is around affordability of the project, well, let's look at that in two parts. Can we afford to build the hub? Yes, we can. The council's long-term plan budget's $11.28 million, and what we propose is a modest 1,300 square metre multi-purpose building, funded from three sources: $6.65 million from the reserve fund contributions, $2.53 million from our own community fundraising, and $2.1 million from a rates-based council loan. Now, if we look at that, your own projections show that that adds only 0.03% to the rates rise. Now, that's for the entire Waimea South Community Facilities project across Wakefield and Brightwater. So the Wakefield Community Hub that we speak about is simply a portion of that. We reckon it's about 80 cents per person across the district. Building it is one thing. Can we afford to run the hub? And we know there are some questions around that. Now, your own figures give $408,000 a year to run the hub. We think that's generous. Our own business case, which we've shared with you, predicts that the operating costs for the hub will be around $167,000 in year one, rising to $324,000 in year 5. And that includes repaying that $2.1 million rates-based loan. We also predict that under the proposed plan for the hub, it will generate a fair bit of its own revenue from gym memberships, performing arts, venue hire and commercial operations. And we have some good examples already around the district of facilities that are doing that, and we've based our projections on that. What does pause mean? Council's given itself the option of pausing the hub. As far as our inquiries have been able to ascertain, pause means to defer it to the 10-year plan with further investigations to support discussions. Further investigations to support discussions is opaque. We know that some councillors around this table have questions about the Wakefield Hub project as it currently exists. But we remind you that this plan is still in its very early stages, which in fact involves investigating the very questions you raise. Your questions will be best answered by continuing the work that's already underway. Deferring the hub project to the next 10-year plan sounds to us like kicking the can down the road. Deferral will not change the need for the hub. It'll not make the project more financially viable. It will only lengthen the time Wakefield residents have to wait to get a working community facility. To pause and defer this project now will lose 5 years of investment in design, fundraising and community engagement. It will make the project less affordable through inflation creep of building costs, damage the project's credibility with major sponsors and donors, and leave Wakefield still in need of a replacement for our ageing and unsuitable village hall. Our community is solidly behind this project. Our team has done most of the heavy lifting so far, saving council time and money with our work, and we're poised to continue. Kia ora tātou. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peter. I note you now have your personal submission in relation to this item as well. You obviously can speak to that should you wish, or if you wish to utilise some of that time for questions, then obviously that's over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. And I feel I should sort of do a turn around the table now or whip off my T-shirt, but I don't want to embarrass myself because... so from here on in, I'm speaking for myself, just to be very clear. And I don't wish to address the Wakefield Community Hub project because you know where I stand with regard to that. If there is time after I speak to the other points to take questions, I'm happy to be questioned on the hub. I want to address two other matters just from a personal perspective in the draft annual plan, and thinking of these in a strategic basis. These are the 2025 weather events recovery rate and the planned funding of depreciation for roading assets. Now, we've got an unfortunate tendency in New Zealand in both central and local government towards short-term reactive solutions. Now, we can blame lack of money or the 3-year electoral cycle, but for whatever reasons, we all too often seem to be playing catch-up. The poor state of public infrastructure throughout this country is testimony to 4 decades of this kind of thinking. So I'm encouraged when I read in the draft annual plan that this council is considering options for breaking out of that short-term mindset with what it puts up for the 2025 weather events recovery rate and the planned funding of depreciation for roading assets. So with regard to the weather events recovery rate, I encourage council to support option 4, which is to put the targeted resilience rate for the ongoing repayment of costs of the weather events initially and then being used to build a fund to respond to future natural hazard events charged by capital value. One thing we can be sure of, our district will face more frequent and intense storm events as climate change bites. The best time to prepare for this was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. It's sensible and prudent for council to begin building a fund for the inevitable future disasters. I believe it's also fair that this rate is charged by capital value. I believe that's an equitable solution. If I've got a bit more capital and resource behind me than my neighbour, I'm willing to pay a bit more in order that they pay a bit less. Now, I know in my work with the Fifeshire Foundation that tough times fall inequitably, that the people at the bottom suffer the most, whereas the people with a little bit more resource are often shielded from it, and in fact, sometimes even do better out of tough times. So I believe it's equitable that we charge this rate on capital value. To go to the second point, the planned funding for depreciation for roading assets. For the same reason, thinking of the future, I urge council to continue to take the option to continue to move towards fully funding the roading transport depreciation at the planned increase to 24% in this current year, which would increase rates by 0.5 or reduce debt by 650,000. Again, I believe this is a prudent decision. It appears to be fiscally neutral. The rates increase is offset by decreased borrowing. And again, it lays the foundation for a stronger financial future for our district. Well done, council. I think you're doing really well to be bold to offer these options that buck the short-termist tendencies that serve us so poorly. For decades now, we've mortgaged future generations by deferring our responsibilities to maintain and grow our assets and infrastructure. You know, these are tough times, but they're largely tough times of our own making because we've kicked that can down the road so long now. I urge council to be bold, to make the tougher calls now. I'm sure you will get the backing of the community if you make it clear that these calls secure a more secure future for us all, and I'll be cheering you on. Thank you. I've got a little bit of time left. I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Peter. Councillor McNamara.
Thank you, submissions, Peter. I do have a question about the hub. If I read your business case correctly, we're going to use public money to build a children's recreation facility that also contains a pub, and that it doubles as a resilience centre located in the middle of a flood zone. Is that correct?
I wouldn't call it a children's facility, and I wouldn't call it a pub. What we propose is to build a multi-purpose community hub that will serve the needs of all our community. It will include multi-purpose facilities that will offer resources for sport and recreation, for socialising, and yes, for community resilience. So I wouldn't call that a children's facility or a pub. With regard to the floodplain option, we know from the modelling that the proposed site for the hub is above the flooding risk that has occurred up to now. I'm mindful too, Dean, that there are questions being raised about the proposed hub location, and the best way to get the answers to these questions, our belief, is to continue with the project.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Thank you for coming in and presenting both on behalf of the Facilities Trust and also your own personal submission. Next up, we've got Richard Martin on behalf of the Wakefield Community Council.
Thank you, Your Worship the Mayor and fellow councillors. Just before I start, I'd just like to answer Councillor McNamara's question with regard to the flood zone. I haven't owned that land for some 50 odd years, and the location, I've been through multiple floods over that land, and the location of the proposed hub on that particular land has not sustained any flooding. And I know the models are done by scientists, but sometimes scientists don't always get it dead right, do they? And sometimes local knowledge can be a little bit more relevant. However, getting back to my submission, which I speak on behalf of the Wakefield Community Council, I thought the last time I sat around here would be the last time that I'd have to do this. However, most of our management committee are younger people, and they are either out of town or have work commitments. So I'm sorry you're stuck with me yet again. I'm not going to read our submission because hopefully most of you have read that. So those who have, I thank you. So I'd just like to make some of those key points in a summary. So Wakefield has grown, but council investment has not. For more than 25 years, Wakefield has experienced significant residential growth with further development still underway. During that same period, visible investment from TDC into Wakefield's community infrastructure has been virtually non-existent. The Wakefield community has repeatedly demonstrated its willingness to invest in itself. The current village hall, as be the repair it was, built in the 60s, the medical centre and other community-led initiatives are all evidence of a community that has continually invested its own time, energy and resources into meeting local needs. But there comes a point where the responsibility must also sit with council. Council has enabled the approved village growth, yet the social infrastructure required to support has not kept pace. The current hall operated by the Wakefield Community Council no longer meets the needs of a modern growing community and is no longer fit for purpose. Wakefield has continued to the district's growth for decades. Now it's Wakefield's turn for meaningful council investment. The community has already spoken clearly. Wakefield residents have spent years engaging with TDC's consultation process, public meetings and direct engagement with council. The feedback has been consistent and overwhelming. The community needs a new purpose-built hub and it wants council to move from consultation into delivery. Continued delay is costing more, not less. Delaying the project is estimated to add approximately 1.1 million just within the next 2 years in construction costs through inflation alone. Deferral is not a financial saving, it simply creates a larger liability for the current projected costs and risks external funding sources already identified by the community. Wakefield residents have already paid for this growth. Considerable reserve financial contributions have already been collected from Wakefield developments. Council policy clearly states, and you recall I mentioned that I quoted your policy statement in my last engagement, intended for community facilities. The Wakefield Community Council and residents it represents are deeply concerned and frustrated that Wakefield's growth contributions appear to be supporting wider council debt positions while the community still lacks the infrastructure those levies were intended to provide. The community is asking for action, not perfection. The community is not asking for a palace. It is asking for a safe, functional, modern community facility located on land that was purchased potentially for this very facility that reflects the size and future of Wakefield. The current proposal is achievable, financially responsible and strongly supported. The time for further delay has passed. Wakefield now expects council to act as was committed to its 10-year plan. In conclusion, and I say this personally, I sympathise with you. The level of debt that you would prefer not to have and the pressure you're under to keep rates affordable. Very, very aware of the problems you have. However, this project has predominantly nil effect on either. And to deny the people of Wakefield this project is morally and ethically wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. How much time do we have? There's probably time for one quick question. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Hey, do you think that the Wakefield community would be prepared to pay $100 each per year for this facility?
It's an interesting question. I'd like to answer it in another way. I'm a reasonably substantial ratepayer within that Wakefield zone. I'm still continually paying for the Mapua rehabilitation. Does that answer your question?
I
Thank you.
expected that answer.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for coming along, presenting on behalf of the Community Council. Next up, we have Joyce Robinson. Welcome, Joyce.
Hello, Dera. Okay, my name is Joyce Robinson. I'm from Wakefield. We've lived up 88 Valley for 22 years, and we emigrated here 40 years ago, so I'm a definite citizen. And I guess I represent, or maybe I represent myself, but I totally disagree with that last guy, because it's not all a bed of roses everywhere. You know, we've had such inflation over the last few years that everything's going up and people are struggling and struggling just to make ends meet. I don't know how you can be considering such a thing at this point. You know, we have a center in town, in the village, that is just for people who have more than they need to leave things for other people, and they go every day because people need things. They can't hardly pay for groceries and pay their mortgages, and you want to have this thing that's coming along. There are places for people to be entertained. You know, we have the bicycle track out there by the river that some hardworking people, I think including here, worked hard to achieve. And we have buildings that are totally available for renting or whatever in the village for different groups to get together and do things. I'm in the art group there. We use the village hall every week, and we can afford it because it's pretty cheap. And you know, it could use a facelift, but it's still solid like many other, well, like 6 or 7 or 8 other buildings that have been there since the 1800s, you know, I mean, and they're still fine. We are not on a what do you call that thing out in the middle of the river? I gotta look at my notes. Okay, we're not in a flood zone, which is important. And the place that they're planning this new center is going to have to be built up and built up and built up because it's in a flood zone. The village itself has never encountered that. We're not in a high hurricane or earthquake zone. You know, everybody gets little things from earthquakes, but we're not in an especially dangerous area. Anyway, so the assets that we have are underutilized, and we can afford them, you know, for groups that want to do things. And this, you know, it's just going to raise our taxes again. We can't afford another 10%. It's ridiculous, and it's not necessary. So this isn't half of what I thought I'd say, but anyway, I mean it all. And I hope you will be cautious and think about the little people that are struggling. Sorry, I have to go.
Thank you, Joyce. So next up we have Trish Palmer on behalf of, in relation to the Tapawera Community Hub on behalf of the Tapawera Districts Community Council. Welcome, Trish. I guess you've got the format, so 5 minutes and a ding at 3.
Thank you, Tim. TDCC feel we should give some background to where the community is right now, thus providing context for our position. For the last several years, many in our community had questions regarding the proposed Tapawera hub, with no open path for clear responses, either publicly or privately. For example, the then TDCC committee effectively censored discussion by arbitrarily refusing to publish concerned letters in our community newspaper. We have since removed this heavy-handed control. Eventually, our community was told the decision on going ahead with the new hub had been made and that the project was now being driven by TDC. However, TDC staff refuted this, leaving folk confused and frustrated. Unfortunately, the TDC-led consultation regarding potential sites only added to the feeling of being bulldozed. Why take part in choosing a site when you're not sure what the project actually is? Does opting for a site indicate that you approve of the project? Folk didn't know what to do nor where to find correct information. Anecdotal feedback we've received raises a number of issues about the proposed site, including the loss of not only trees planted by community members, but also popular green space and frequently used links. Despite repeated requests, no current list of potential users is available, and the original list is easily refuted. Rumours are rife. Recent community posts suggest a butchery, and astonishingly, that the hub will attract over $10 million worth of activity into the area. It's difficult to see how. A briefly run private survey presented to our April meeting has 122 adult residents calling for a full stop to the hub project and just 2 supporting continuation. Tapawera Connect, funded externally through DIA with paid employees, continue to actively promote the proposed hub without clearly identifying a potential conflict of interest as the proposed main user. This has caused much community comment. In November, our outgoing committee excluded the Deputy Mayor, TDC councillors and several well-respected community members who had turned up to listen to the community at our AGM. This was a very low point for our community. Trust, transparency and community unity was now gone. The meeting was forced to withdraw a motion to sell the community centre building. A later public meeting fully affirmed the community's support of the centre. Ironically, much feedback has included how the building was operating as a community hub until late last year, alive and busy, despite the physical issues caused by a lack of maintenance and foresight. Since taking office, our focus has been on open and honest inclusivity. Our meetings are public, with community input encouraged. We took a neutral position in regards to the proposed hub, so that our community could take a breath. Unfortunately, despite our requests, material presented by hub proponents to encourage annual plan submissions used incorrect imaging. How do folk make an informed submission when the resource material is fundamentally incorrect? No current proposals resolve the underlying issues concerning the community. Time needs to be taken to consult using correct and transparent information. Taking a helicopter view, we intend to consult with management of the other 6 publicly used Tapawera facilities to understand their potential and challenges. There may be an opportunity for cross-committee support and projects which benefit everyone. TDCC asks that this council not lose sight of how our community got to where we are now and support our efforts to take time to transparently consult and inform to ensure that the community is on board with whatever comes next. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. So there's a minute, and I note you have your personal submission, so we'll take some questions here and then we'll move on to that submission if you're happy with that approach.
Yep.
Councillor Kinnermonth.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Thanks for coming along today. How many members do you have in your community association?
107.
Significant. Thank you.
Thank you. Probably time for one more question if there is any. If not, thank you, Trish, in relation to that particular item on behalf of the Community Council, and I'll now come to your personal submission. So just so we're aware that we're now, a number of these people were scheduled for 10:30, but because they're here earlier, we've got Stuart Bryant. We'll take him next, and then we'll probably break briefly while those other people come for their 10:30 slot. Thanks, Trish. Thank you, Trish. Appreciate it.
So, according to Professor Google, a hub is the centre of the wheel, a core focal point, the centre of activity. Anyone in their right mind would recognise the resilience a vibrant hub weaves across a community. Tapawera has had one of those, just last year in fact. A hard-working group of mostly volunteers provided access to clothing and housewares, connections to resources, coffee and a range of services, all managed despite the community centre's obvious shortcomings. Apart from rate relief, TDC weren't involved. There was no drain on ratepayers, just like there's been no call on TDC to assist as the community has responded quickly to the centre's closure. Already a hub is forming. Every morning outside the centre there's folk talking over coffee, accessing the community bookshelf, placing or taking items from the food basket. From the ashes of purposeful destruction, mighty things can happen. Reading the submissions brought me to tears. How dare the very folk who were entrusted with looking after the existing centre complain that it's run down, mice-infested and not fit for purpose. It was their job to maintain the building as a community centre. Why isn't there running hot water? Why didn't they replace the kitchen when they had over 60k in the bank? How come over 40 bags of rubbish and 10 banana boxes of damaged books were left for vermin housing? And why had nothing been done to make the building safer and more attractive? Those folks were trusted to look after this grand old lady with her wide hallways, beautiful timber doorways and gateway to Kahurangi. The vermin issue, including hundreds of cockroaches, was resolved within 2 weeks of the new committee taking office. The rubbish is gone. A bright new op shop will be ready by the end of the month, fully paid for by the community, local people, local solutions. Submissions talk about yet another commercial kitchen. How many does a community of 2,000 people need? When the rugby club complete their renovations, and yes, that's a community organisation raising 300k to resolve failing infrastructure on TDC land, there will be a commercial kitchen, meeting space, showers, etc. for community use. So within existing buildings, Tapawera will already have 2 commercial kitchens plus the school option. Misinformation, guilt trips and threats are never reasons to act quickly. In fact, experience has taught me that if any of these are in play, I should probably go and have a think. And that's how it is with the proposed new hub. Submissions talk about FOMO. Everyone else has one, so why shouldn't we? They're right, we do need a hub. But why shouldn't it reflect our community and use the resources we have? Why does Tapawera have to be like everyone else and create a permanent drain on ratepayers' pockets? Committing TDC to 156k a year going forward, roughly $80 per resident, seems a bit dodgy. If TDC has that much to spare, 2 years' worth would completely fund the rugby club's project. Submissions talk about losing the DIA's 500k as though that particular pot of money is the only one. No one has mentioned the DIA's ability to source other funding for building projects. If the 500k isn't uplifted by Tapawera, it goes to helping another rural community achieve their goals. Now, wouldn't that be terrible? Submissions talk about all the work that's already gone into the proposed hub as though that's a reason to proceed right now. If that was true, Motueka would have had their poll 20 years ago. Submissions talk about emergency centres. Almost weekly, we witness incredible examples of communities dealing with natural disasters using what's on hand. Tapawera has 8 community spaces plus the school. Would emergency personnel really stay home because Tapawera didn't have a bright new building? And let's face it, with the existing centre doing a complete revisit of their footprint, opportunities abound. Only a fool would question whether Tapawera needed a hub. How we get there is the real question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your submission and speaking to it. There will be some time for a question, if there is one, but there is not. Councillor McNamara.
we're struggling to find a question because your presentation was so good.
Thank you.
Your presentation was very clear and very succinct and to the point.
Was. So going forward, you would say that in the immediate future, there isn't a need for another building.
I'm saying that now that we have an active and integrity-driven TDCC, give us a chance to actually do what the existing building was designed to do. Even yesterday, we had a representative from an emergency service look over the building and said, yep, the new kitchen and putting in a shower and our needs will be met. So a lot of these things that we're hearing from people is emotional garbage, and we just want a chance to take a deep breath and do this properly with the whole community on board.
Okay, thank you. I'll take two more questions as long as they're very short.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Thank you, Trish. Very good presentation. Has there been a budget to rectify the earthquake ratings for the building, the existing building?
We've had two guesstimates. One was 100,000, and over and above that would be the other work that we want to do. The other one was 350,000. They're so far apart that we know that in actual fact we need to do some real work, but we're trying to get the op shop done first because that is the most important, urgent. We're also working on getting a laundromat, which we think we will have within the next month.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation, Trish. Can I just confirm, just clarify, you said that the cost would be $80 per resident. Is that based on the residents of Tapawera?
That's based on the population of 2,000, which is what the Golden Downs from the census says.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Trish. Thanks for coming along and speaking to both of those submissions. And yes, no doubt there will be further debate about this both in the community and around this table.
Absolutely.
Next up, we've got Stuart Bryant, also speaking about the Tapawera Community Hub.
I'm happy to go late.
No, it's all good. It's fine. We're well ahead of time currently, as you know, having been through these processes before. By the end of the day, that might not necessarily be the case. So
I'm well aware. Good morning, councillors and Mayor Tim. Good morning. Richard Martin said to me earlier they thought I wouldn't want to come back here. Well, I don't really. I really want to be out riding my bike. 3 weeks since I had my hip operation, and I've been on my bike and air bike a few times, and yes. But anyway, this is really important. Just in relation to the work you do, I appreciate what you do around this table, having sat on your side of the table for 25 years. I know how complex it is making decisions when you hear so many views. And if you think this is easy or hard, the annual plan you're doing this year, wait till you get to next year when you're doing the long-term plan and there'll be 400 or 500 submissions to read. So I just want to, and just for clarity, I just want to say that this is our personal submission and speaking to, but I also are a member of the Tapawera Steering Group, which is a hangover from when I was a councillor. I was involved with this project right from the outset, which was around 6 years ago. Because of John's workload, he hasn't been able to attend, so I've sort of carried on to assist with that for now. So as I say, Tapawera Connect started about 6 years ago. They have many arms that they do in the community. Tricia alluded to some of them, and there are others that I want to make you aware of, like the Youth Council, Wellbeing, which is a meeting for people to just have tea and talk, seniors events, environmental events, community events, which they've run in the community and the facilities there, and they provide employment opportunities to a number of people in the community who particularly young and rural mums is another group that I haven't mentioned, particularly to younger people who may or may not have wanted to travel for employment. So there's a whole lot of work going on there. The DIA funding, it is limited. We're well aware, we've had information from them that if it's not picked up sooner, it will go to another community. That might be fine for them, but it's not so good for us in Tapawera. So what I would ask you to do is consider putting this project back in, because it's important to the community. All the facilities, as I say in my submission, I've been to meetings in every facility. They're all dated, cold. In fact, the community centre, when I was on the community council, I even took my own firewood to try and keep warm. So that's how cold it can be. I just want to allude that we are open to looking at other options around how we fund this, and some councillors will be aware that there's something that could change the landscape monetary for the council and for us. So, but because of confidentiality, I can't go into that very much at all. But I'm going to pause now so that you have the chance to ask me questions.
Right, we've got a couple of minutes, a minute and a half. Councillor Neubauer.
Well, thank you very much for coming in and for contributing to this, Stuart. What you've heard the previous speakers plea for using what is already there more efficiently and being a bit more clever about it. What would you say to that argument?
My view is that, and I don't want to disrespect the work they're doing, they've got good intentions, but unfortunately they're a political advocacy group that have the misfortune to own a building which is old and dated and is going to cost a lot to make modern and fit for purpose. To say the previous councils hadn't done that was basically because of lack of funding from the community and from users and the likes, and that money was more for a larger community project rather than maintaining, and it's to weigh up that balance between maintenance of an old building or putting the money into a new building. So they've chosen to go down the other path, and good luck.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Just one from me, Stuart. So the previous submitter mentioned a number of other facilities and the investment that various groups are making in facilities, some of which are on council land. I know this is probably not your preferred approach or option, but should the council decide that it does wish to make a contribution to the Tapawera community facilities in general, to improve what is already there, of which, as you've mentioned and as the previous submitters have mentioned, do you see that if that was the most realistic outcome?
We have looked at that and tried to engage with those groups previously, and I am not in a position to speak unanimously for the group, but I think that we would look at that again, particularly the one around the rugby club. Had several meetings with the rugby club to try and work out a way forward there. The difficulty is that they're a sports club, this is a community hub, and they're in the floodplain. The new proposed site is out of the floodplain and much cheaper to provide services to, because of the location being lower and having to provide wastewater pumps or on-site sewerage and things like that. So It's something I would think that going forward, if these other changes happen, we could consider it. But as I say, that's my personal view.
Yep, no, that's fine. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for taking the time and speaking and answering questions. Appreciate it. At this stage, we have no other people due to speak, so we'll break until 10:30. So if you can come back prior to that, maybe 25 past, so that we're ready to go at 10:30, and we'll try and keep So we'll get back underway. Just check in, everyone's online. So next up we have Dela Webby, again speaking about the Tapawera Community Hub. Welcome, Dela. So five minutes to speak. We'll give you a little ding at 3 minutes. If you want to leave any time for questions within that 5 minutes, it's obviously over to you. We've received your submission, so it's been available. Councillors will have read it. So it's over to you how you utilise that 5 minutes.
Okay, good morning everyone. Mine shouldn't be too long. I'm here in my capacity as a community connector for Tapawera. So I've been in that role for around 18 months. So my perspective is just on the ground, working with people day to day and identifying what the needs are. During the floods, I've talked before, I was on the ground doing flood relief for a number of months, which highlighted not only the need for a purpose-built facility to operate from just in a, as a coordinator, but also the real need for connection in the community. And there were so many people that it was identified living in the area who were isolated and craving connection. So it was a real catalyst. So even though the hub had been talked about and planned for years, this was just a real eye-opener on how much need there was in the community. I live in a one-bedroom, kind of a bedsit, and I've got people coming to my house to meet with me, people in the community needing support. They're wanting to access support services. Yesterday, out of the blue, 2 ladies, one after the other, turned up. I've got another one today. I've got 2 next week when I get back from leave. I've got nowhere to meet them unless I meet them at the coffee cart, which is a very public space. I don't personally want these people necessarily coming to my home, but there is literally nowhere for them to come and talk with me. So all I'm doing is I'm helping them to get firewood, I'm helping them access support services, but then they need to travel to Motueka or to over to here to Richmond. So a big part of my role has been working with support services in these townships and helping to bring them to Tapawera so that people don't have to travel and they can access that help that they need. But we have nowhere for them to operate from. So I had about 20 different support services say that they would be open to coming out 1 day a week, offering a service, but they can't if there's nowhere for them to actually operate out of. I offer monthly workshops, and they've been growing in popularity. I do them every month. Finding a suitable venue is often a problem to offer those, but what I've found is more and more people are coming, and every workshop I've got new faces, new people from in the community, and they'll make comments, not all of them, some of them will make comments that they're there just for connection. And, I've never been before, and, I've met this person and that person, and I'll come again, and they're just craving to somewhere or ways of meeting people. So I'm just really wanting to show that there's a big need, an obvious need, and we need something right now. So if this is delayed, the project, and it's a number of years away, that's years of these people not having anywhere to connect or being able to have services come out and be there for them. So that's all.
Thanks. Thanks for coming in and speaking to your submission. So it's time for a couple of questions. Councillor Fenymore.
Thanks, Della. Thanks for coming in and speaking to us. Just a quick question. We have just previously heard in a submission that there are other places available in Tapawera for communities to potentially meet. Are you finding, you mentioned that you're not finding an easy place for people to meet. Can you elaborate?
So we've used the Memorial Hall that's generally fully booked through the week with various groups like the craft groups, the mums group, play centre. So that building, it's very hard for me to use because it's every day there's usually something booked in there. I use the school occasionally for general meetings, but that's only outside of school hours. We can use the staff room. We've been using a church, a local church, so our senior activities there and workshops. But I held a workshop earlier this month, and a lady had a fall there. It's not good access. The toilet is not there's. It's an outside toilet. It's not fit for purpose. Obviously, we can't use the community centre. I've held community events at the Shedwood Hall, which is extremely cold and needs a lot of work. In my role, I will be helping these other places try and get funding to help improve their facilities, but at this point, there's none of them are fit for purpose. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? If not, thanks very much for coming in, speaking to your submission and being available to answer questions.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Joanna Leland. Also on the Tapawera Community Hub. Thank you, Joanna.
Thanks. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission, which is formally supported by several other people. I'd like to start by focusing on my first two numbered points that relate to transport and the alleviation of travel costs for our community. Yesterday's RNZ News bulletin started with a rural transport trust in North Canterbury reporting isolated families are spending up to $300 per week on fuel, and that data suggests travel costs in parts of New Zealand are comprising up to a quarter of families' discretionary income. As co-chair of the Nelson Tasman Community Transport Trust, I recently attended the Nelson City Council Community Partnerships meeting on vulnerable communities and the fuel crisis. The meeting highlighted that increased fuel costs were affecting spending on food, and that industries more affected by diesel prices and households by petrol prices. I raised the issue that a rural community like Tapawera is doubly affected. Our local agricultural and forestry economy and jobs rely heavily on diesel, and people moving to Tapawera because of cheaper housing have longer commutes for employment in town, not to mention all the other reasons we have for travel in from the rural area and without public transport. The Tapawera Area School Equity Index of 496 puts it in the 6th out of 7 of most disadvantaged bands for young people facing socioeconomic barriers to achieving an education. This, as a government indicator and with the growing impact of the fuel crisis, clearly demonstrates that the Tapawera community merits district support in relation to my 2 points addressing travel. With the remaining time frame for the CLDP support that Tapawera Connect has, momentum for the hub needs to continue now and build in the mechanisms to address local access and travel constraints sooner rather than later. Tourism is an important sector for Tasman. Previously, as trustee on the Nelson Tasman Cycle Trails Trust, we lobbied hard some years ago to keep the Spooners Tunnel and Tapawera Leg in the Great Taste Trail. We have hospitality businesses in the valley that wouldn't be functioning today were it not for trail cyclists. And it's an investment that's brought a lot of enjoyment to Tasman ratepayers. What hasn't happened yet is strong growth in tourism potential in Tapawera. One-night cyclists are not a particularly attractive proposition. A hub adjacent to the Great Taste Trail and its website is somewhere that visitors will learn of accommodation opportunities and potential activities, e.g. day walking in the Kaharangi. Current international volatility and rising airfares will make domestic tourism more attractive. The hub, as a local transport hub, has the potential to organise like the mail boat out of Picton in the Sounds, carrying visitors and supplies as part of a local tourism travel strategy. Commercial laundry facilities, frozen meal preparation and storage capacity, and organised transport are all ways the hub and its management can support local employment opportunities, plus increase patronage of the district's trail. Regarding emergency preparedness, I wholeheartedly endorse the submission of Joseph Cayley of the Tapawera Civil Defence Planning Group and the urgency for a local fit-for-purpose building for civil defence purposes. Our Upper Motueka Valley area and its extensive plantation forestry is proven vulnerable for flood damage and fire. The Tapawera hub should be a high priority amongst planned community facilities because of this factor. It will provide the local infrastructure that council needs to meet its civil defence mandate. The recently released National Climate Change Risk Assessment highlights that one of the most significant risks for New Zealand in the face of climate change is that of risk to decision making and delivery. Tasman should front foot this now and support the hub as a local civil defence facility and with the government's DIA funds. Lastly, future generations and the Tapawera community in years to come matter no less than we do now, but they're not here to argue their case today. You, as councillors, need to make the annual planning decision fairly on behalf of us as current ratepayers and of the many of them in the future climate scenario. I sincerely hope that you will include provision for the Tapawera hub in this year's annual plan. Thank you.
Thank you. There's time for one question. Councillor Neubauer.
Sorry, this is only picking on a very small part of your presentation, and I do realise that, and I apologise for that. But you mentioned the benefits the new building would bring to the tourism in your area. Can you explain a little bit why you think a whole new building is required for that, or whether an information board in a central location would essentially have the same effect?
Well, I think a new building, the community sort of at the moment we've got the location planned and it's next to the Great Taos Trail. It's sort of working out what are the potential scope for, you know, if you had commercial laundry facilities, because of all the sheets and things in accommodation, you've got frozen food. It's a way of encouraging different businesses and so on to come forward and develop and grow, you know, local produce from Tapawera area and so on. That's one way of sort of taking it forward with local employment. We don't have any other buildings in Tapawera that have those sort of, you know, a fit for purpose that are developed like that. You know, the current community centre is shut. We don't have decent kitchen facilities. You know, you go to the Mutri Centre and they've got generators, they've got, commercial kitchens, they've got the facilities to help take forward some of those things and provide for the community and help develop, you know, we want to see economic, you know, opportunities and so on coming forward for Tapawera. I don't know if that answers you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in and for speaking to your submission and being available to answer questions. So next up we have Rachel Moffett. Welcome, Rachel.
Okay, thanks guys for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Rach. I spoke here not long ago advocating for the progress of the same project but in a kind of slightly different context. Back today, speaking again as a Tadmore resident and as someone who works closely with the community through Tapawera Connect, a community-led development organisation. Through that work, I see the day-to-day reality of trying to run programs, support people locally, and bring services to Tapawera using the spaces we currently have. I've also seen the work and energy that's gone into this project so far. The conversation around this project first began 5 years ago, from a group of locals that saw the need for a fit-for-purpose space that could help reduce isolation and support connection in our community. I understand why there are mixed opinions about the hub project. I also understand why council is under pressure financially right now. I don't think anyone expects these decisions to be simple. What I do want to emphasise is that the underlying need in Tapawera has not gone away. We still do not have a safe, warm, accessible, flexible community space that can properly support multiple activities and services at the same time. We are consistently working around that limitation. It affects seniors' activities, youth programs, parent support, workshops, visiting services, and private support meetings. It also affects how prepared Tapawera would be in an emergency. If we were cut off in a flood again, in an earthquake or a pandemic, we would not have somewhere safe to go for respite or to find more information. That is actually genuinely terrifying. If we were all cut off, in the 2025 floods. We needed a safe, dry, warm place if our homes could not provide it. For many people, especially in a rural community, having services available locally is not just about convenience. It reduces travel costs, isolation, and barriers to accessing help. It also strengthens resilience, builds independence and connection in a community that's geographically isolated and often overlooked. One thing I'd like to acknowledge is that this conversation has been emotional within the community. There have clearly been strong opinions on all sides. Having read through 94 submissions with a summary that I've handed out that reference Tapawera, it's clear there are both coordinated submissions reflecting broader affordability concerns alongside many deeply personal lived experiences from local residents. Underneath all of that, though, I think there's actually more common ground than people realise. Most people want Tapawera to have a safe, functional community space. The real differences are around cost, process, location, and what the final outcome should look like. I also want to say clearly that I do not believe the only path forward is necessarily the exact proposal currently on the table. There are also opportunities being explored that could provide a more affordable, fit-for-purpose option for the community, while still meeting many of the needs this project was intended to address. I think many people in the community, including supporters of the hub, are open to exploring more affordable or staged options, while still protecting the momentum and opportunity we currently have through the DIA partnership funding. My concern is not simply whether the current proposal changes. My concern is what happens if the project loses momentum entirely. If the project is paused without a clear pathway forward, there's a real risk that the momentum and opportunity built over the past 5 years could be lost. The annual plan consultation has shown that people in Tapawera care deeply about the future of their community and want to be a part of shaping it. Losing the DIA funding would also be a significant setback for a small rural community that's worked hard to secure outside investment and support. As someone working alongside Tapawera Connect, I also want to acknowledge that improving communication and rebuilding trust within the community matters. We know this process has been difficult at times. Tapawera Connect has worked constructively alongside TDCC and other community groups over a number of years. And our intention is to continue building on those relationships moving forward, because we ultimately share the same goal of supporting a strong, resilient and connected Tapawera community. I would encourage Council not to see this as a choice between fully approving or fully abandoning the project. What many of us are hoping for is a commitment that Tapawera's need for a fit-for-purpose community space remains recognised and that there's still a pathway forward, even if the final outcome looks a little different to the current proposal. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rachel. Firstly, appreciate you coming in and taking the time to speak to your submission. Also, really appreciate the kind of summary that you provided in terms of your view of the various perspectives that were contained across a range of submissions. So really appreciate you taking the time to come in and speaking to your submissions. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, next up we have Ross Loveridge. So change of theme. We have a number of submitters speaking in the next slot in relation to the Motueka pool. Ross speaking on behalf of the Motueka Aquatic Centre Committee. Welcome, Ross. So 5 minutes, you'll probably observe the process. So your submission will have been circulated and read. Over to you how you utilise that 5 minutes. If you want to leave some space for questions, then do so, but over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you again. You have our submission, along with many other submitters supporting the Motueka Aquatic Centre, which we trust have percolated to the top, as has the support in the quick poll. This is a key community facility. Along with roads and pipes, providing community and recreational facilities is a core activity for local government. No one else has that capability. All public swimming pools are supported by councils. The need for a covered and heated pool has been repeatedly demonstrated by feasibility studies. And as you've heard over the many years,
Motueka is the largest town in the South Island without a covered and heated swimming facility. Community support is not a question. I've looked through the 370 submissions to the annual plan, with many supporting the Motueka pool. These are from people wanting something positive for their community. They are motivated by doing things for the community, not just thinking for themselves. This is also true for people donating money and turning up to events to fundraise for the pool. It's about the community and the future. But I must commend a couple of submissions to you. Lex Davis, from the principal of the Motueka High School, shows how this is about the future for our young people. Ngāti Raurua's submission is worth rereading, crisply covering the points for the pool. But of course, with this project, picking a couple of demographics does the breadth of the community a disservice. This is a facility that will be used by the widest spread of the community, from toddlers right the way through to the elderly, with over 65 numbers projected to be more than 32% in a few decades. You have, of course, seen the quick poll results, and it would be remiss not to point out that the Motueka pool had the highest number of votes, yielding the highest number and percentage in favour of continuing. How this poll is interpreted is a difficult question, but TDC did ask, and the community did respond positively in favour of the Motueka Aquatic Centre continuing now. Long-term projects require long-term planning. It would seem that whenever a new aquatic centre is put up for Motueka, there is some natural disaster or financial crisis that lands on top of us. This is where long-term planning comes into its own, and we should stick to the course for the long-term benefits. If short-term reactions weren't taken back in the mid-2000s, we'd have had a wonderful facility for the last 15 years at a cost of less than a quarter of what it will take now. If we don't proceed, the need will still be there. The cost will go up, and the financial, time and environmental cost of travelling to Richmond will continue, and residents will still miss out. Our community will suffer. We recognise that there is a financial cost to the district, as the cost of the centralised facilities are to the whole district. While the impact on rates cannot be closely predicted at this stage, it is probably in the order of a couple of car trips between Motueka and Richmond. All of the submitters in favour of the pool obviously see this cost as entirely reasonable. The support from individuals, small businesses, large businesses and community groups also reinforce the cost is seen as justified given the benefits to the community. TDC upholding commitments. Then there is a downside for TDC if the project is paused. Not only would the significant donations and pledges given in good faith be hard to hang on to, it would make it really difficult to reignite the community fundraising for this project. Importantly for TDC, it would make it difficult for TDC to ever be seen as a reliable partner when seeking community co-funding for any projects across Tasman in the future. The land purchase and the TDC, the LTP inclusion were great commitments to the community. A pause is in reality a stop, and then we'd have to start again at greater cost, with goodwill lost, and years would go by with the community not having a facility it wants and feasibility studies show it's needed. Pausing is not an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Time for a quick question.
Quick question, Ross. I suspect you expect this question from me. You mentioned the capital cost of the project, but do you think that the people in the catchment of the new pool would be prepared to pay $150 per rateable unit extra every year after the construction of the pool?
I don't know where your $150 comes from, but you know, and without the pool being the design being completed, and that I don't think there's any modelling that actually shows that.
Sorry, just to explain that with the annual plan material, there was an operational cost that went out, and I've basically divided that by roughly the rateable units.
Okay, thank you for the basis on which that Richmond will be paying for its one in the future as well on the same logic. That'd be brilliant. Councillor Fernyhough. Thank you, Ross. Thank you very much for coming in, for your written submissions and coming in and presenting and being available for questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Donna Mloud, again, also on the theme of the Motueka pool. Welcome, Donna.
So that everybody can hear you online. Okay. Sorry, I forgot there were people online. Yeah. It seems appropriate that I do my PPR when you look at the rates of this community in TDC. I whakapapa Te Ngāti Rārua and Te Atiawa, who are mana whenua of the Tasman district. Therefore, I am part of the Wakatuan Corporation, who pay $1.5 million in rates a year, and I'm also part of Whakarewa, which pays at least $500,000 in rates. That includes things like schools, like Motueka High School pays $260,000 in rates a year. That isn't including all the other iwi that I whakapapa to, and that does not include the Nelson tents. So as part of me, and as a ratepayer of 35 Green Lane, Motueka, this fascinates me on how we pay our rates and what our rates are used for. These beautiful pictures that we have up here of our waterways, the reality for us during the floods was that, and even before the floods, our rivers and seas were not safe for many of our children to swim in. As you know, we have the odd sewage leak on our coast, and also the rivers have high E. coli and other things like that happening. Now, our kids, and this has been actually throughout quite a few of the submissions, is go to the sea. You've got the sea, you've got the rivers. But as you also know, after the floods, we had chemicals, we had barbed wire, we had the odd car chucked into the rivers and things like that. I have one of those naughty grandchildren who jumps off the Rewalker Bridge, you know, and it's a thing. And I'm sure we can put lots of signs up and things like that, but they're still going to jump off the Motueka Bridge, the Rewalker Bridge. Now, who goes and checks that there's not a car underneath there, or there is barbed wire under there, whatever? How is that done? Who looks after the rivers? Who makes sure that our rivers are safe? I have huge concerns. I was part of the forefront of the actual community response to the flooding. And, you know, that was all about the rivers. And I have concern about the health of our rivers. Our kids love swimming. Our kids love being in water. And I'm not just talking about wild kids here, I'm talking about community kids. So we arrived here 27 years ago with a brand new baby and 5 children. And we've been very much part of, my husband grew up in Ngāti, so that river is really important to us and part of who we are. We go to the end of Whakarewa Street with the river, but we need to know that our babies are safe and there is going to be somewhere for them to swim and somewhere for them to swim safely. Unbelievably, I am a swimmer. 10 years ago, my dad, who suffered from dementia, lived in New Plymouth. I lived there with him for 10 weeks. And I was told, go swimming, you know, just for mental health, looking after your dad, get somebody in for an hour, just go for a swim. So when I came back to Motueka, I would go swimming every morning from 6 till 8 in the morning at Motueka High School. That is only open during the summer. There is a huge amount of older people than myself, and as I get older, I am now probably in the middle of that age group, who swim in the morning. We cannot all afford to come into Richmond. Some of them come in on their bikes, for goodness sake, you know. We need this community asset. There is probably not one of my friends that I know of who hasn't sold a raffle ticket or a sausage to us for this. This is very much a community thing. And I think that you will lose so much faith in the Motueka region and the people who live there if this was to be taken away from us. We've been building for this. We want to know where the millions has gone, but yeah, yes.
Thank you very much, Donna. Appreciate you taking the time to come in and speak so eloquently to your submission. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions because you have so completely wrapped up your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Next up, we have Jonathan Waddy. Thank you, Jonathan. Welcome. Again, I guess you've got the format, so 5 minutes. You'll get the little ding-ding at 3. If you want to leave some time for questions, but it's entirely over to you if you wish to use the 5 minutes to speak to your submission.
Sure. Well, I have a very small submission, and I can see that everybody's come through and made a lot of the points that I'm making now. But I'd like just to start off by giving thanks to the people who've been driving this project from the beginning, from the mid-90s. That's half a lifetime, and we're still sitting here wondering whether it's going to go ahead as planned. To postpone that aquatic project would now undermine both the local confidence, and that's exactly what I was hearing just before, and the sort of ability to actually determine what projects and what priorities the local community needs. As well as it disrupts and sort of it challenges all the donations, past and future. And that's a big deal, because the length of the time of this whole project to get going to this point is just so long that there'll be a whole raft of people who cannot sustain the conversation effectively. The population of Motueka's obviously grown over this period, 6,000 through to 8,000. And with this population growth, between the last consensus, it explains the demand is just simply increasing. And the whole idea of is a local project achievable if you can't work it through in that period? It just starts kicking a whole lot of things backwards. And, at the end of the day, swimming's a social positive, and this centre will relieve the pressure on Kaiteria, which is getting to the point of being overburdened totally during the summer. The question I have is where other savings could be made. I mean, I've been in Motueka for 10 years now, and I've watched things change, and it has developed a lot in terms of infrastructure over that period. It would seem obvious that to achieve the council's set obligations for this project, that the reserve contributions could be basically increased. And has there been any audit in the blue ghost buses that just keep on going by and by with 3 people on them? I really wonder how a region this small can afford to have that just unaudited on and on. And at the end of the day, Waimea Dam is a whole different watershed than Motueka, and I just wonder whether those funds that come from Motueka can be redirected to this project. And that's pretty much me.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. There's probably time for a couple of questions. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. I assume you were in the room when the previous presenter was talking about the state of the rivers and how that makes swimming in them potentially dangerous. If you were presented with a hypothetical situation where you had one pot of money and you could either use that to fix up the rivers and fix the problem that's identified, or put that towards a pool to have somewhere else to swim, but then you couldn't fix up the rivers, what would you do with it?
Well, obviously the rivers will do what they do. I mean, you can't control a river like the Mott. It just roars when it does. There's a whole range of depleted infrastructure problems in Motueka, including the roads and also the simply the stormwater drainage from rural properties. That is a process which is going to take more than 30 years. So the whole idea of the presentation, like you were saying, trying to work through which are the priorities, you haven't mentioned that this has been on the books for 30 years, well before the dam even. So, I mean, it's just been languishing at a council level for a long time. That's my reply to that.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Time for one short question if there is one. There doesn't appear to be. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking the time, both for contributing a written submission and then coming in today and presenting and also being available for questions. Appreciate it.
Thank
you. Next up, we have Richard Haywood. Welcome, Richard. Thank you for taking the time to come in and speaking to your submission. We'll give you the little ding at 3 minutes. If you wish to be available to answer questions, then leave some time. Otherwise, over to you how you utilise it. So, thank you.
Kia ora katoa. History, I came to Motueka in 1988 to work at the Phyllis Moffett Hospital as a sole charge physiotherapist, and I spent there most of the next 30 odd years, 25 years, and in that time mainly doing outpatient treatments. A lot of them had hip or knee replacements, referred on from Nelson Hospital, and they would have benefited considerably if they'd had ready access to a heated swimming pool. It was they were disadvantaged because if they'd been in Nelson, they could have gone to the pool in the hospital there and received treatment there, but it wasn't to be. However, in 1991, I was roped into doing a midwinter swim to raise money in Kaiteri, and I was a little bit hesitant about going in the water at that time of the year, but the lionesses said, "We'll take care of you, come with us." And I took the bull by the horns, and right enough, we all went charged into the sea at the given signal, had a very quick swim, and came out utterly frozen. But they had hot soup already, and we sat down, had a nice cup of soup, sandwiches, and as we thawed out, we all felt the same thing. Wouldn't it be nice if we could swim all year round in a lovely heated environment? And this is when, for me anyway, it started this desire, this wish that Motueka could have its own pool. And a couple of years later, there was a public meeting about this issue, and it had considerable widespread support, and later a committee was found, and with the TDC, feasibility studies were conducted. At the time, Parkland School was a good possibility, and so was later on the high school, on the assumption that the Education Board would help subsidise the pool, and we would only have limited access, but all that came to nothing. However, in 2001-22, there was a submissions for the 10-year plan, and Motueka people put in over 800 submissions to support the pool. But interestingly, on that submission form, you had to say that you would support also a facilities levy of $35 a year on your rates to help cover that expense. So it was very interesting that there was a lot of support for the pool at that time, and we all felt sure that it was going to happen because of the fact we backed the facilities rate. But it didn't, unfortunately. But Richmond got their pool, and it's gone very, very well. I've been there quite a few times and I've been amazed at how busy it is. And I've never yet been able to get a lane straight away to swim in. I've had to wait because they are so popular. And I'm absolutely sure that this will be the same in Motueka, that it will be very widely used and be of huge benefit to so many different people, all ages, all cultural backgrounds. It's a facility that we really, really need badly. And every year it's put off. The costs will rise, and it's never going to be a good time to spend money. But once it's up and running, it will be wonderful. It will help so many people. So I would urge Council today to not delay. Just go ahead, take the bull by the horns, and let's get this pool up and running, because it is needed. I've waited 35 years. I'm now 74. Another 35 years, I won't be here. So I really hope that I will see it in my lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. There's probably time for a question or two, if there are any. There doesn't appear to be. Appreciate very much you taking the time to both write your submission and coming in and presenting it today. Next up, we have David Oglevy. Welcome, David. David's submission covers a number of items in relation to Motueka. Welcome, David. I'm sure you're aware of the process, so you have 5 minutes. Your written submission's been circulated.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. My submission is quite wide-ranging, but this morning I just want to concentrate on 4 items in that. The first is a request that the council prepares a management plan for the Memorial Park Reserve in central Motueka. The current plan was prepared in 1997, almost 30 years ago. And for various reasons, it wasn't included in the overall plan, which was done in 2019. There is an opportunity this year to include the Motueka's Memorial Park with the Golden Bay Reserves Review. Submissions could be called at the same time. The hearing panel would consider these and make recommendations to the council. There are both time and cost savings in adding this Motueka Reserve, an important reserve locally, to the Golden Bay Reserve, and at long last give the Motueka Memorial Reserve a management plan very modern. My second item relates to a sizable grassed area in Courtney Street East, which is just east of High Street. Last year, Council employed a consultant, Paul MacArthur, to prepare a plan for the area as a wetland in the south and to extend the New Zealand Motor Caravan lease in the north. The southern area adjoins the Motueka estuary. In itself is low-lying with drains to the estuary. Developing it as a wetland could happen at once. The Keep Motueka Beautiful Committee and perhaps other conservation groups like Tasman Guardians, Tasman Environmental Trust could be available for this important conservation project. The MacArthur plan was prepared in March last year, and action in the wetland aspect could be a positive conservation project locally. My third item relates to footpaths. The Council's income and expenditure for footpaths across the district comes, of course, from the general rate. The amount varies annually between 500 and 600,000. In my submission, I'm asking that the system which allocates that footpath fund be reviewed immediately. For example, in the Motueka ward, there was a minor project completed last year, but there was no more footpath work scheduled until 2031. I'd like to think our footpaths are so good that it would need to be renewed or maintained, but this isn't true. In my submission, I'm recommending a system where each ward would receive some footpath funding in every year, and that isn't currently the case. Fourthly, the stormwater budget. Tasman District Council for stormwater funding has 15 urban drainage areas, of which in Motueka we have the Motueka UDA. It raises $1 million a year from the rate. Remember that figure, 1 million. because in each of the year, for the 10 years, 100,000 is budgeted only. Last year, of that 100,000, only 4,000 was spent. Sorry, less than 10,000 was spent. 5,500 precisely. So 1 million raised in the UDA for Motueka becomes 100,000 allocated, becomes less than 10,000 spent. Now, from my point of view, and from the Motueka point of view, that's not fair. Our stormwater system locally is barely acceptable as it is. The ward needs, and Motueka in particular, needs the money raised by the UDA for maintenance, renewals, as well as capital items. This system certainly does need serious and urgent review. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors.
Thank you, David, both for your written submission, which is very comprehensive, and speaking to those items today. We've got time for a couple of one question probably. Is there any question in relation to anything raised by Board Member Oglevy? If not, thank you very much, David. Thank you, as I say, for both your comprehensive written submission and also speaking to it today.
And thank you to you all for your consideration. Thank you.
Next up, we have Adam Langley and Jenna Mason. So the topic noted there, Split Apple Rock Owners Association. Welcome to you both. So again, 5 minutes, how you utilise that's over to you. Your written submission has been received and circulated. So yeah, over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for
as well as those impacts to the environment, there have been more immediate issues relating to the damage of private property, damage of the roading infrastructure, reduced access to residents and our important tourist visitors, impacts on the local community in terms of the accommodation and tourist operation businesses. There are also, as I'm sure you're far more aware than we are, substantial remediation costs associated with reinstating the roading and general cleanup following those large-scale events. These costs are being really unfairly placed on the ratepayers of the region when essentially we're subsidising the activities of the forestry sector. The core real issue with our submission is that we request TDC work to improve forestry management in the catchment area and more widely in the region. Obviously, that's a fairly lofty goal, but I think there's real key driver and need now and urgency now to move on with that. Our second point is related to the control of stormwater around the Split Apple Rock subdivision. Again, the rain events that we had last year really have highlighted the inadequacies the control of stormwater in the Split Apple Rock area. These are probably legacy issues in some ways in terms of the subdivision development, but they have resulted in uncontrolled discharge of stormwater due to the culverts being blocked, and that has resulted in local slipping events and also damage to the roading and associated property. We request that there is regular inspection of the culverts in the subdivision to ensure they are free of any significant blockages and so that they can function as they're intended. And we submit that preventative maintenance is required to minimise the risk and more substantive costs incurred from these weather events. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time for a couple of questions. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you very much, Paul. I think that was a really important topic that you touched on there about the forestry land use and what happens downstream. You probably know that a lot of forestry standards are set in Wellington and are outside of our control. But I would be interested in understanding a little bit more which part of the forestry practice you think is responsible for those effects that you've outlined, and whether you think that addressing maybe the coop size, the amount of...
So could you just go brief questions because you're chewing up quite a bit of the
forest that could be
submitters'
harvested
time.
at any one time would address that problem.
Thank you.
I don't profess to be a forest management expert. I'm a fisheries scientist by trade, but clearly the separation point granite is poorly suited to forestry, particularly the steep slopes. And anyone who's driven over Mariha Hill since July has seen the amount of damage that occurred. And clearly it was obvious that slope clear cutting over a wide scale has resulted in all that downstream effect, at the damage to the road, but the full siltation of the whole estuary system. So at a starting point, identifying slope that should be retired and replanted in more appropriate species, and other harvesting strategies that minimise the disruption of those slopes.
Thank you. Time for one more quick question.
Thank you through the mayor. It will be quick. Thanks for coming along today. Your Split Apple Rock Owners Association, off the top of your head, how many members have you got?
60.
60 members.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for both your written submission and coming in today, taking the time to present and being available to answer questions. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Chris Rutled on behalf of Maraho Sandy Bay residents. Welcome, Chris. I'll hand over to you. I think you probably understand how the process is working, so I'll go to you now.
Thank you, Chairman, or Mayor, and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Maraho Sandy Bay Residents Association, and I'm speaking to the submission which you've received. Because of the limited time, I will only speak to item 4 in our submission, which is to do with the restoration, mitigation and land management for the Artawhero, Maraha and Kaiteri catchments. So I'll start with our recommendation. The association recommends the council make provision for an independent review of the council's current regulatory regime for commercial forestry on separation point granite. That is our recommendation. The matters at issue here are sufficiently serious to warrant an independent review. The current regulatory regime is simply no longer fit for purpose. In 2018, Cyclone Gita caused significant damage in Maraho and surrounding areas. Since then, there have been a series of severe weather events which have increased in frequency and severity. The flooding, sediment deposits, slips and slash resulting from these events have been costly for landowners. The environment has been severely degraded. The council has and is incurring major costs to repair badly damaged infrastructure. The evident risks arising from commercial forestry on Separation Point Granite are not matched by corresponding regulatory controls and mitigation measures. In 2018, in response to the damage caused by Cyclone Gita, the council commenced work on reviewing the classification of forest areas on Separation Point Granite. For reasons unknown, this work stopped and nothing ensued. The council's inaction to match regulatory controls and mitigation measures to the risks from commercial forestry on Separation Point Granite cannot continue. Hence our recommendation for an independent review of the council's regulation of commercial forestry on Separation Point Granite and a reset of the regulatory framework to match the risks which are now only too evident today. That is the end of my submission.
Thank you very much, Chris. And there's time for at least a couple of questions, if there are any. Councillor Kinnermonth.
Thank you, through the chair. I've just got one question yet again. How many residents do you represent in the?
There are
roughly.
There are approximately 200 residents in the Maraho community. We have a mailing list of over 100, and we have a membership, paid membership. Getting people to pay their memberships is always a struggle, of around 60.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Is there a track of how many correspondence that you've had, you and Split Apple Rock for that matter, of communication backwards and forwards regarding your concerns over the forestry practice?
Yes, we are seeking to positively engage with the council in terms of how to go forward from where things currently stand. We have not succeeded at this point in having an appropriate engagement.
Well, thank you. Councillor Neubauer.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned that we might need better controls and mitigation of commercial forestry. Can you point towards any controls and mitigations that you might have already identified that would be helpful?
Look, I think it's a bigger issue than, at this point in a meeting like this, attempting to identify specific things. That my point, which I'd really like to convey to the council, is that there is a regulatory system here that is not appropriately matched to the risk, and it requires a reset. Now, that requires a careful consideration of the current situation, and then there are mechanisms under the National Environmental Standard for Commercial Forestry that the council can utilise to ensure that its regulatory requirements, its mitigation, is matched to that risk. Now, that is not the case at the moment, and the damage that is only too evident is a result.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both for your comprehensive written submission, your recommended solutions, and also coming along today and speaking to your submission and answering questions. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Isabelle Mosley, and Isabelle is speaking via Teams. So, welcome, Isabelle. So,
Thank you.
Over to you. So, 5 minutes. You'll get the little ding at 3. And if you wish to leave some space for questions, then please do that. Over to you.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm not Paul. I'm Isabelle. It will be obvious. I'm speaking on behalf of the Heritage Wharf Restoration Group, which operates under the umbrella of Keep Motueka Beautiful. I know you've already discussed this project at length, thank you. So I will focus on clarifying some of the key issues that came up. The Heritage Wharf on Motueka Quay is part of a very popular recreation area that's used by locals and tourists who like to walk out, picnic, and take photos from the end of the wharf. It's one of Motueka's main tourist attractions, and its current state reflects badly on our town. There is strong public support for the restoration. In 2024, it was the first choice in the Community Board's public survey of their proposed shortlist. Secondly, our group conducted a survey of visitors to the wharf over a month. There were 470 responses and 93% thought the wharf should be restored. And about 100,000 has been given by local individuals, businesses and societies for the restoration. And feedback on Facebook postings has been overwhelmingly positive. Sea level rise has been raised as an issue. Well, who can predict what will happen? I'm no expert, but I believe this restoration will give the wharf another 50 years. The estimated cost of phases 1 to 3 is 378,000, and we've now raised 298,000, leaving an 80,000 shortfall. We requested 60,000 from TDC and hope to raise the remaining 20,000 by grant from New Zealand Community Trust. I know the Deputy Mayor is optimistic we'll receive more than this, but given that NZ Community Trust typically funds sports activities and generally with grants of up to 10,000, I'm less optimistic. We have applied to NBS and may get 5,000 there, and we'll apply to Rata Foundation for Phase 4 signage. That will exhaust the sources of grant funding. We can continue with fundraising activities. We raised $420 last night from a quiz, but that could take years. I might die before then. Also, we don't want to compete with the swimming pools fundraising. Phasing the repointing has been proposed as a way of deferring about 50,000 of costs. This is a fallback position, but the risk is that if it's deferred, it will never happen. And it seems a bit daft to fix up the end while still allowing the water to get into the sides. So our preference is to do the repointing straight after fixing the end. So we hope you will look favourably on this project and allocate at least 25,000. This is the best chance to fix the wharf, and it will make an insignificant difference to the rates. Let's get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabelle. There's time for questions if there are any. If not, thank you very much for your submission. Very clear in what you're both requesting, and thank you for your work on the project today.
It's okay.
Next up, we have Steve Hayden in relation to Tasman View Road. Welcome, Steve. Over to you when you're ready. I guess you know the format, so I'll hand over to you to present your submission.
And I guess I'll take my submission as submitted as read. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I presented on my submission to make this section of Tasman View Road a maintained road. It's currently an unmaintained road. At the LTP submissions hearings in both 21 and 24. At that time, I estimated that the traffic had doubled in volume from the date I purchased my property in 2017 to 2021, and had doubled again between 21 and 24. I now have to report that in my observation and my estimation, the amount of traffic has doubled again since 24 to today. So that's an 8-fold increase in 9 years. During that time, the 5 residents have spent many thousands of dollars attempting to maintain access to our properties. But the wear and tear on the road by the public has now got to the point where it is beyond our resources. I'm concerned that if council do not take over the maintenance of the stretch of road, The road will deteriorate, so it will no longer be able to be enjoyed by the public for recreation in the way that it is now by the numbers of users that use it today. I'm also concerned that access after any major storm events by emergency services will be threatened as the road will become impassable. I want to reiterate one of my final points in my submission. The estimate to bring the road to an acceptable standard 2 years ago was $30,000 to $50,000, and this was done through council officers. The residents all agreed to fund their share of half of those costs. So even if the costs have risen by 20% and the total cost is now $60,000, the cost to council would only be $30,000, as I'm sure the residents will agree to fund the other half. I submit to you that the bang for buck, or the value for money that funding this will achieve will stand up to measurement against many of the other projects on the council list of capital investments. Please fund this change in the annual plan to make this section of Tasman View Road a maintained road. I'm happy for questions. I do have a question of my own to you all though. At a cost of $30,000, why would you not fund this project? Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. There is time for some questions. I'll have one from Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you, Hayden. Much appreciated.
Steve.
Look, I'd be interested in your assessment. What do you think has caused the eightfold increase in traffic on Tasman View Road?
At the last two presentations I did, I brought along a slideshow with nice. It's a very picturesque part of Lower Mootry. It's on a ridge. It used to be called Old Coach Road, for those of you who have been around for some time. It's part of the Tasman, cycle trail. And so with the increase in cycling around the area and the encouragement with e-bikes, that's certainly increased a lot. It's certainly used quite a lot by four-wheel drivers, because you can get all the way down through to Motueka if you carry on down past the lookout. So it's quite popular with those, and in fact they do quite a lot of damage on the berms by deciding that it'd be quite fun to drive on the mud. We have motorbikes and we have horses. I think it's just a very pleasant recreational area that's getting increased use as time goes by.
Thanks, Steve. Councillor McNamara.
Yep, thank you. Just curious as to what the $30,000, what kind of upgrades does it cover?
So the road itself at the moment, as I understand it, is to become a maintained road with council. It needs to be raised to a certain level before the council will take on the maintenance of it. So and this money is to get the road to that level, so that the council will then take it on as a maintained road. So it's a one-off cost to bring the road to the appropriate level, and then the ongoing maintenance, I guess, will be some gravel once every 2 or 3 years once it's up to. But there are no culverts or bridges or major works needed doing it. Just needs probably some there's some rivulets of where the waters run off down the road that probably needs straightening out. It needs crowning, and it needs a good deal of gravel put on it, which we've done over the period of time. But as I say, as soon as we put it on now, it goes because it's of the traffic that's now there.
Thank you. Just one last question. I know this is probably, and feel free to answer this entirely straightforwardly. Given the residents' generous offer to fund 50% of bringing it up to a standard in order for it to be maintained from that point on by council, do you think there's any wiggle room in that contribution as part of the one-off to bring it to the standard if the council then agreed to include it in ongoing maintenance?
Sure. I think, the people up there are landowners. Asset-rich, capital and cash poor, but yeah, I'm sure that that if there was more required within reason, then they would fund it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for both the written submission, and I realise this is now the third time you've come and made this pitch, so we appreciate you continuing to make the pitch and coming in and speaking to your submission. So thank you very much. Next up, we have Rachel Lidge and Kelsey in relation to neighbourhood support, top of the south. And I think Kelsey is, one of you is online. Kelsey online, Rachel in the room. Welcome to both of you, and I'll hand over.
Kia ora, Mayor King and councillors. Thank you for hearing me today. And obviously there's Kelsey, our the Neighbourhood Support New Zealand National Relationships Manager, is also here to answer any questions. Having given my knowledge of council, I will take it as read. The submission is read. Really, I'm just here today to answer any questions that you have, explain about neighbourhood support, and for me, my knowledge of council and my understanding of and close working relationship with emergency management, I see it as kind of important to start a conversation about if this region sees neighbourhood support as beneficial, particularly in an emergency event. And it's an opportune time to start having a conversation, as if there's not secured funding, potentially neighbourhood support might not continue in the top of the south. For me, seeing the network and having shown it presented to the PEPI committee of the Nelson Tasman Emergency Management, the network's already here, it's active, we're seeing more frequent weather events. We've got an ageing population in the top of the south. More people are living alone, and this is cost effective. So that's me. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to add from that national perspective before I open it up for questions?
Kia ora everyone. No, I'm happy with how Rachel covered that. Happy to take any questions as needed.
Thank you very much. Councillor McNamara.
Thank you for your submission and coming to speak. I just have a question. Has the funding model changed recently, or why are we in this situation now?
So through the chair, my understanding is 2 years ago the board decided for whatever reason to stop applying for funding. So I've nearly been in the role for a year, so I don't know the historical background, but at the moment I'm funded through national neighbourhood support through the residual funding that Nelson Tasman had that was handed across.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything again you'd like to add?
Yeah, thank you. I will just add to that one. So Rachel's 100% right. So a couple of years ago, our CEO, Louise Greville, who puts her apologies in today, we were made very aware very late in the piece that the existing Top of the South Neighbourhood Support Organisation at the time decided to fold for a number of different reasons. But one of the big ones was around funding limitations and actually not being able to recruit board members for the organisation. They actually had to step outside of the Top of the South region to get some board members on. So what we did and saw as a priority from a national level, we umbrellaed and took over the neighbourhood support down in Top of the South. It took us about 9 months to employ Rachel. But what we see long term is the stability, and we're not going to let neighbourhood support go down there. It's such a priority for us. And we are setting up another member organisation from a national level to oversee the likes of Top of the South in future, so that financial sustainability and everything will be sorted going forward, because yeah, it's a really strong network down there and something we're not going to just let go of.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions? Thank you very much. Thank you for both coming in and presenting in person, and also for appearing online. And thank you to the answer to Councillor McNamara's question in relation to why the funding and hence the request is before us now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up. Okay, so we've got, so Grant, I note you're not down till 1 p.m, but given that you are here and that we have a bit of a gap, if you would like to come forward. So Grant Nolles, Community Board, Golden Bay, speaking on behalf of the Community Board. So, Over to you, Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Tim, councillors, staff. We put in a submission, and I take it you've all read it, so I'm not going to speak too much to it. It was without the two councillors on our board that we put the submission in, just so you know. The main point I would like to just talk on is the point around the rates going into coming up for the flooding recovery. And we went with option 4 on that, which is the capital option. However, we propose that it's capped, because if it's not fair if you've got some folks down in Payne who have a large farm and they're going to get hit really hard with that that percentage. So we decided that if we could do a capped option on that capital value, that could work. We have no idea what that capped amount would be. And the other thing, if we don't get that, then we would go with option 3, because I think in the long term, it's not about if, it's about when. And this is an ongoing situation that's going to be going for a very long time. And I think we do need a fund that picks up that financial backstop. I believe the government had a fairly large pool of money up until just after the election, when they promised some tax incentives and used that pool of money for tax incentives instead of the fund that would have actually funded us this time. I'm not 100% sure that's the case, but anyway. So I'll just open up to questions now if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Grant. Thank you for the submission and speaking to it. Time for questions. Councillor McNamara.
Thank you for your presentation and speaking. I also was leaning towards a capital charge for the rates until I saw that very farm. And to me, I just couldn't justify that cost on those individuals. And I see you're reluctant to put in a figure to cap it at, which again, it's just the cost of doing that kind of a system would probably double the cost of the rate that we need to recover. If you get what I'm saying, do you think, what is your problem with just a cap fixed fee?
Well, the cap fee, we did talk amongst us that $300 to $400 might be a figure.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Any further question in relation to anything that not just what Grant's spoken to today, but anything else in the submission? Councillor Ellis.
Oh, it's about what you spoke about. Thanks, Grant, for your submission. Just about that capping it. Has the board been able to do any numbers about what that might mean across the board? Because if it was capped and done on capital value, obviously that would mean an increase somewhere else. I imagine it would have been pretty tough to actually ascertain where that effect might come in across the rest of the district.
Yeah, I think.
Is that correct?
I think it would be very hard throughout the district to work it out. For us, we don't have the figures available to work on that. So we just threw that idea out as a possibility. I know there's a lot of older people in Golden Bay who have spent their whole lives there, and their rates are now exorbitant. And to put a large amount onto the rates that they're not getting any money back is really hard on them. So yeah, that's a big option, a big part of the reason for this.
Okay, thank you. Time for one more question, Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you, Grant. Has the Golden Bay Community Board considered whether risk and responsibility should somehow feature in the way we fund the weather event recovery rate?
No, it's not fair on the people who live in high risk areas. If you're going to do that, you go to central government.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Grant. Thank you both for the community board submission and for coming along and speaking to
Thank
it
you
today.
very much.
So next up, despite the fact that they're not scheduled till 12 o'clock, but they are here, so thank you very much. If Michelle Payne is happy to speak in relation to the hard yards water delivery in relation to bulk water charges. So thank you for coming along. Your written submission's been circulated, so people will have had the opportunity to read it. You've got 5 minutes to speak to it. If you wish to leave time for questions, that's over to you, and you'll get a little ding at 3 minutes. Thank you for taking the time to come in.
Thank you. As mentioned, I am Michelle Payne, representing Hard Yards and the other two potable water delivery companies that operate here in Tasman. I thank you for allowing us the time to speak to our submissions, which is essentially that rural ratepayers are being fundamentally unfairly treated. Urban ratepayers are paying half the cost for their water. They can leave the tap running when they clean their teeth, or they could leave the tap running overnight, and it's, oh dear. They've still got morning showers, they've still got coffee. Rural ratepayers don't. Rural pay twice the price for the water before we add delivery costs and delay. They have to ring us, they need to wait for us to arrive and fill their tanks. Urban get theirs delivered by the pipes that council supplies. We are not making a fortune off deliveries. By the time an average 40-kilometre trip, round trip, load is delivered, considering rack fuel time and the water it has cost us, it's about $291 for that load. The load is currently being charged out at $450. By the time you take GST off that, we're down to $391. So that leaves around $100 a load without factoring in general maintenance costs of our vehicle and the annual permit fees. Tasman, by an AI comparison, has TDC as the most expensive council in the country for tanker rates for potable supply. An independently commissioned report also found that TDC was the third highest. So by either measure, TDC for potable bulk water supply is at the top of the tree in the country. And we argue that that's fundamentally unfair on the rural communities. We accept in response to the argument that the dam was expensive and ratepayers have to share some of that cost. We agree, it has to be shared. But why do the rural ratepayers have to pay a significantly bigger burden or part of that burden? Not all our clients are even ratepayers. Some of them are just renting rurally and then paying extra for the privilege. So we are seeking that Tasman District Council treat potable bulk delivery operators as a different class of user other than ordinary bulk users, and that charging those bulk potable delivery operators at a lesser rate than the ordinary commercial users. That's pretty much my main submission. The side issue is that we can't understand why Tasman District Council can't invoice us monthly. Nelson City Council can, both operating off a same supply system of the bulk machine, the bulk pumps now. So yeah, that's just a side issue that is a little bit frustrating for us as an operator. We do support our local communities. We provide water as donations, as raffle prizes to schools. We look after, support Muddy Buddy. By the time you factor in fuel and that, that's starting to become something we can't afford to do.
Thank you very much. Thanks for both your written submission and coming along and presenting it today. There is time for a couple of questions. Councillor McNamara.
Yep, thank you. And I'm trying to get my head around the situation. So you fill up at the bulk
supply
station, and that is twice the price of somebody turning a tap on.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further? Councillor Hume.
Just a quick question. What size is the tanker?
13,000. So all three operators in Tasman are roughly the same size tankers. One is 14,000, the other two are 13,000.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Councillor Kinnemont.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I might have missed it, but how are you being charged for it now? Your TDC
invoices us, yep. So we pay an annual permit fee, and then we get our fob, which is for the bulk supply or the hydrant stand. We've got both. And then randomly we get invoiced by TDC. So it's not a set system. We don't know when we're going to get our next invoice, which can lead to some quite horrific invoices, particularly when the water goes up as rapidly as it has. 5 years ago, we were paying $3.15 a cubic metre. We're now paying, including GST, $9.30.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. One very quick question.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just interested whether what you've observed in the price for water is historical. We are proposing to change something significantly in this annual plan, and that is removing a dividend that was subsidising urban water. So maybe that's already resolving the problem. Could that be?
I guess I'm not quite sure what you're asking. The bulk supply has obviously, the system has got inherent costs in building it, and we've obviously got them around various spots in Tasman. I guess somebody's got to pay for that. We're just saying that the potable water supply, which is what we do, we don't tip it on the roads. We're not doing construction. We're not doing any of that stuff. This is literally potable water for people to drink, and they are paying twice the price of what the urban user is.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks very much for both your written submission and coming in, presenting and being available for questions. So appreciate it. Next up, we have Tracy Charlotte on behalf of Bailey's Nelson Tasman. Welcome, Charlotte.
Thank you.
Tracy. Charlotte, okay. Tracy. Welcome, Tracy. My apologies.
Thanks.
Over to you. So you've got the 5 minutes. Your written submission has been circulated, so people have had the chance to look at it. So how you use that 5 minutes is really over to you.
Okay.
Could you just push the little button in front of you so the people online can... Yep, that's it.
Working?
Brilliant, thank you.
So I'll start again. So I am a licensed branch manager, so I hold a different class of license to our usual salespeople. So part of my role is supervising salespeople to make sure that they're complying with the Act. One of the biggest aspects of that is in relation to disclosure on property. The real estate industry has changed over many, many years. It's becoming much more stringent in what an agent needs to be able to do. One of the biggest things is researching property, and that includes reading over council files, reading through to see what building materials were used, if it contains things like Ducks Quest plumbing, asbestos, a number of different things, monolithic cladding, if it's got all the necessary permits and consents. That's quite a big job for a real estate agent to do. We're not builders, we're not council planners and that sort of thing. So it does put a big onus on us, and one of the biggest cause of complaints is in relation to disclosure with the REA. So a lot of that is in relation to building permits, building consents, whether it has CCC, but also the materials used. We have a legal obligation to disclose all of this information. One of the main things being a licensee must not mislead a customer or client, nor provide false information, nor withhold information that should, in fairness, be provided to the customer or client. This is our code of conduct and what we're judged on when we go up against the real estate authority. We, as a company, order property files for properties that we have listed so that we can research them and tell clients and customers, deal with the vendor if they need to fix anything and go through, whether they need to complete CCC or get a COA, and make sure that everything's ticked off prior to going to market. If we can't fix those things and we need to disclose it to the purchasers, again, we look through all of this information. Where are we up to? So for us, we order approximately 182 property files per year. That is just for the listings that we have currently listed, but there is also another part to this, that when you're appraising a property, you should know exactly everything in relation to that property. So really we should be ordering these files when we're appraising. We can get a fair idea walking through a property and looking at things to go, oh gosh, you know, that looks like it needed a building consent, or that looks like it needed a building permit. So we can talk to clients about that. But currently for us at 182 property files a year on the annual fee of $2,750, we'd be looking at an increase to about $12,000 a year. We are one of the larger companies, and I think, you know, I'm speaking for all real estate companies in the district when I say some of those smaller companies just won't be able to afford those kind of fees. So my concern is for the industry. I think, you know, in fairness, we need to be able to provide this information to buyers, and we need it to be able to deal with vendors. Again, one of the biggest cause of complaints being disclosure, and a lot of that is around building materials used, permits, consents, all that sort of thing. I think it's too soon to be doing this sort of thing, increasing fees, because I do think this will affect the industry massively. And yeah, it will cause more complaints if companies can't afford to pay that sort of money for property files from the council. The way I see it is, I think the owner of the property has a right to that information, should freely be able to obtain the information without incurring a massive amount of costs, and us as real estate agents should be able to obtain that information on behalf of the client. Yeah, I think that's a lot of it from me.
Okay, thank you. It's time for at least one question. Councillor Woods.
Thank you. Good presentation. Your company is a national company. You have exposure to multiple councils. If there was a council that your company could illustrate as a gold standard, can you name one?
So we are across, our company has the offices in Kaikoura, Picton, Blenheim, and now Nelson, Richmond and Motueka. Marlborough District Council, they're all available online to freely download. So there's no cost at all. You can go online at any time and get all of this information and download all the building consents and building permits and anything that pertains to that property. And then I think Nelson City Council have got their entire NRMP online. So you can go on there and search for a property and then look at anything on that NRMP, which makes it really, really easy. And again, as a real estate agent, you have to wear so many hats, you know, all the legal obligations, all your building and that sort of thing with council, your resource consents. It's a lot, and it takes a lot of time to research a property, do it well, so that we're giving all of that information to a buyer. So yeah, other councils are doing things differently. It is a lot easier. Yeah, it would be good to have that information really available online.
So can I just check? So sorry, we don't really have time for other questions, but I just want to check one thing. So if it's all online, and then it's your responsibility to ensure you get all the right bits. If you get it from us, is it our responsibility to ensure we deliver you everything you need? So do you see a advantage or a disadvantage to us being responsible for ensuring everything that's necessary when you request it, versus having to just the individual real estate person having to search what, as you correctly point out, is a complex, multifaceted range of information? How do you see those two things?
Yeah, so it is our responsibility to make sure that all the information we're providing is accurate. So if it is online, then our people that are getting that information would need to be fully trained in it. And it has to be overseen. So one of my jobs is to sit down with our salespeople and go through every single listing that they have, read every single property file for every single listing that we have come into the business. That includes LIMS, building reports. I double check everything. So if we have a complaint against a salesperson, they will then look to me and say, well, was that salesperson being supervised correctly? So there are a number of safety nets in place to ensure that we're not missing information. The onus would pass from council to us.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for the answer to the question. Thank you very much for coming in and presenting as well. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rob Merilles. Welcome, Rob. And Rob is speaking in relation to the 88 Valley Water Supply Scheme. So, Rob, over to you. 5 minutes, 3-minute dinging on the bell. If you wish to leave time for questions, please do so.
Yeah, just turn it off, sorry. I'm basically here because there's been big changes to our 88 Valley scheme over the years. It was originally put in as a stock water scheme, and that stock water scheme, from what I understand, was to supply stock water on the eastern hills running down as far as Brightwater. Since then, it has been taken over by TDC. The water's been chlorinated, and the thing that I keep on hearing from the 88 Water Committee meeting that I regularly go to is that it's just costing too much. It's costing too much. And now the council wants to change the scheme, and everyone from Wakefield north are going to go on to treated water for drinking, and a lot of the grazers and people up there, it's too expensive, can't afford it. Now, the last meeting I went to, there was a lot of comments about all sorts of things, but one of the things I picked up on was I said, how much is it going to cost to get off the scheme? And Mike Schrewer said $2,000. That's 2 years' supply of one unit that I've got to get off the scheme, right? The other thing is, if you're a big user and you want to say, well, I can't afford to do my stock, I'm going to have to find some other way of doing it. We've got to reduce it down, and maybe we'll take some for our households, but we want to have change the reducer. Well, it costs something over $300 just to change the reducer down. All those costs because TDC is going to change the scheme. We've always advocated that we wanted to stay the way we were. What they've said is that central government is dictating to us that we have to supply fully treated water, right? Well, what's the council going to do for those owners who can't afford the water for grazing? They've got land up there. They can't change what they're doing. They're restricted because they're rural too. They can't subdivide, go into rural, maybe rural residential or something like that. What are they going to do? They're the losers, and yet if they want to get off the scheme, they've got to pay for it to get off it. I've actually set myself up ready to get off it, and I was quite shocked to find that if I do get off it, it's going to cost me $2,000 to get off it. So what I'm saying to you is the council, if they're changing the scheme and people want to get off it, they shouldn't have to pay. And if they've changed the scheme and they want to reduce what they're taking from the scheme, they shouldn't have to pay, because this is a change you're making and we've got to pay. And what I've heard from the committee meetings is the farmers there saying, we've got to change all our piping in order to have these changes. We've always had 88 Valley scheme, we've had it going to the houses, going to the stock water, and now they've got to change their piping. That's a cost they've got to get, and they've got to meet that cost to do that. What's the council going to do to help them? They should get compensation for the changes that are being made. If they can't afford to use the stock water, they shouldn't have to pay to reduce it. And if they don't want to be on the scheme, we shouldn't have to pay to get off at this stage.
Thanks, Rob. We do have some time for questions. So, are there Councillor Neubauer?
Would those farmers you're referring to be in a position to provide their own potable water?
Some of them are, yes.
But not all of them?
But not all of them.
So there would always be a need.
No, it's not necessarily farmers, it's actually residents too. There's quite a few people who have just got one unit, like myself. I can supply myself with potable water, and the only reason I can supply myself with potable water was when I built my house about 5 years ago. The council dictated that I actually had to have a UV filter fitted to my house. And after I was working for the council at that stage, I had a bit of an argument with between consents and engineering. Engineering was saying, you don't have to have that. And consent, the building consent was saying, yes, you have to. So I installed it. I've now got a UV filter. I've got rainwater going into a tank. I could go off the scheme and I could have potable water for myself. But I've got to install a pump and some pipes, and that's all. I've got sufficient there, and I put in a tank because I want to have extra water, because the fact that 2 years or a couple of years ago we had a drought, and what they were saying was you can only put water on by a bucket on your garden. Well, I thought, bigger this, I'll put in a tank, and then I've got my own water.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McNamara.
Yep, thanks, Rob. And I guess you understand, as you've been in the meetings as I have, that it is a government imposition upon us that we have to change the rules. Yep. We were happy with the rules as they were. We can't sue the government.
No. Yep.
So at some point it's coming to you, whether it comes to you directly, a fee, or you, the ratepayers. You'd just rather we put it on general rates.
All I'm saying at the moment is I realise this is happening. I know the rules are changing. I know we've all got to change, but there's been a lot of people inconvenienced on the scheme. And then to be charged to get off the scheme when you're the people who are changing it, you know. I think there was an article in the Waimea Weekly about the lack of pipe replacement. The 88 Valley scheme went in 81, and most of the pipes are getting to use by date. And we've had a lot of problems with leaks on it, just like everywhere else. If it had been managed properly, it might have been in a better situation than it is in at the moment, but that's the way it is, you know. But,
okay, thanks. Thanks, Rob. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for making your submission, both written and appearing and speaking to it, and being available to answer questions. Next up, we have Andrew Fenymore on behalf of the 88 Valley Rural Water Supply Committee. So on a same/similar topic. Andrew's on Teams, so welcome, Andrew.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. 5 minutes. Little bell at 3 minutes. Time for questions if there's some available. So over to you.
All right. Hello, councillors and Mayor Tim. Hopefully you had a chance to read the submission. We're a committee of users. You'll see our names on the second or third page of the submission for the 88 Valley Rural Water Scheme. And basically what is happening quite shortly to this scheme is that it's going to cease to exist and be split into two. So this submission is largely about us becoming part of the urban network and some concern about the more rural connections, the non-potable water needs on the 88 Valley scheme and the costs that they're going to be subject to. And the reality, I think, that if the current charging system is applied to this scheme, then it will make a lot of users simply unviable for non-potable uses. So something like 35% of the water used on the scheme currently needs to be potable. The rest of it doesn't need to be because it's used for stock water and agricultural uses. And the water is going to end up coming from bright water pumped up through Wakefield into the reticulation. So we essentially become part of the urban network. We do accept there are advantages of being part of the Urban Water Club, but basically what we're seeking in that first submission there is that there be a tiered charging system for people who hold larger numbers of water units. And we're suggesting, you'll see in a table there on page 2, that first 2 units could be at 75% of the current urban charge, next 3 units could be at 60%, and if you hold even larger numbers of units, 45%. So it needs to be a more tiered charging system. Otherwise, all the rural users, we think, will simply want to vacate the scheme, and that threatens the viability of the whole reticulation in the longer term. Second point is about resilience. One of the reasons we were advocating for us originally not to join the urban system was that this is a gravity scheme. It used to be the cheapest rural water supply scheme in Tasman district. It isn't any longer, we understand. And one of its strengths is that the water arrives by gravity from a bush catchment up in Parks's property. in the headwaters of 88 Valley. So that's all going to change with water being pumped from Clover Road up to Wakefield and treated and into the reticulation. So we are suggesting that we retain, or the council retain, a connection to that original water source in the event that we have a large earthquake or a disruption. That means that water is no longer able to be pumped up for some period. At least then, assuming the pipes are intact, we would still get water. The final point about resilience is that this scheme is about 45 years old, and we're suggesting that attention be given to perhaps more rapid replacement of the polyethylene pipe work. There have been quite a few breakages over the years, as the engineering department will advise you. And if we're part of the Urban Water Club, well, we're basically saying we hope more attention can be given to getting ahead of the maintenance requirements of the scheme. So I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for the presentation and the written submission. There's time for some questions, if there are any. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you. If the cost to deliver the water is the same per cubic metre, no matter where you take it, a tiered scheme would mean that lower water users are essentially paying more of that cost than larger water users, and it would incentivise essentially using more water. Would you think that's desirable?
Well, the scheme has a fixed number of units, so the distinction we're making is that it's the use of the water that's causing the need for the larger number of units. So those larger numbers of units are generally farms, small lifestyle blocks, and they need more water for non-potable uses. So we're essentially saying that the urban users should pay more because they need the treated water and we don't for those larger numbers of unit holders.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions? So I think the submission was pretty comprehensive and outlined the request that the committee has in relation to the future of the water scheme. So appreciate you taking the time to both put together the written submission and come in today and speak to it. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next up, we have Jennifer Lamb and Andrew Galloway in relation to alcohol licensing, also via Teams. Welcome to both of you. Again, your submission's been circulated. Councillors have had the opportunity to read it, so quite how you utilise this 5 minutes is over to you. Either emphasise items contained within your submission, speak to it, or if you wish to leave some space for questions, then please do that. So over to you.
Good afternoon, apologies. Ko Andrew Galloway tōku ingoa. I'm the Executive Director of Alcohol House Watch, and I'm joined by Jennifer Lamb, my colleague. Thank you, Your Worship and Councillors, for the opportunity to make the submission on licensing fees as part of our feedback on the draft annual plan. By way of introduction, we're a national organisation. We provide credible, up-to-date evidence and advice regarding alcohol policy and planning. We coordinate the cross-council local alcohol policy network and other projects that support the sector and communities to minimise alcohol harm. What we know that of all drugs in society, alcohol is the most harmful. Alcohol is the leading cause of preventable death, injury and ill health in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and the harms are far-reaching and felt deeply by individuals, whānau and community. Alcohol places a significant burden on the district, the whole region and nationally, costing over 9.1 billion. And we know what evidence there is likely an underestimate of the total burden of disease. That burden falls heavily on vulnerable groups and those at greatest risk, young people, Māori, Pacific people, and those in high socioeconomic deprivation areas. Alcohol Health Watch is here today to speak about alcohol licensing fees and to encourage your council to make an alcohol fees bylaw. A fees bylaw would enable fees to be set that reflect the true cost incurred by the council in administering, monitoring and enforcing alcohol licensing. The Act, the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, was set up with local government with a key role in supporting a system of control over the sale and supply of alcohol. And the alcohol licensing regime and fee setting is an important component of that system and part of a package of measures when used comprehensively can create safer environments and significantly minimise rates of hazardous drinking and subsequent alcohol harm. Some of the tools available to you include alcohol control bylaws and local alcohol policies, and we're aware that Tasman exercise those tools. Although the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012 envisaged full cost recovery for alcohol licensing, we're disappointed that the fees prescribed in the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Fees Regulations 2013 have not kept pace with the costs faced by councils. As a result, councils raise concerns that they're effectively subsidising their alcohol licensing work, including monitoring and enforcement, which is really important. They're subsidising that through general rates. The shortfall in revenue is likely to be compounded if the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Improving Alcohol Regulation Amendment Bill currently before the Select Committee is enacted. This bill is expected to change risk-based cost formulas for clubs and restaurants and introduce additional administrative requirements on your council relating to the standing of objectors, certification requirements, the right to respond to objections, changes to renewal of licences and other related processes. The proposed changes are likely to place further pressure on council resources, particularly your licensing inspectors, with the potential for additional costs to arise through future regulations made on the recommendation of the Minister. While the alcohol fees on the council's website indicate that the fees and the regulations will continue to apply for the year 26-27, we encourage the council to consider making a specific bylaw, and a growing number of councils are doing this. These bylaws can ensure your council cover the actual costs of alcohol licensing in the district as is allowed. An alcohol fees bylaw can be made at any time, and it's a logical option for the council, even more so given the predicted increase in costs should the bill currently before the House be enacted as it is. The setting of realistic fees would meet the policy objectives in the licensing regime, and namely to recover the total reasonable cost incurred by the council in administering the alcohol licensing system, to ensure that those who create the greatest need for regulatory effort bear the commensurate cost, to allow local circumstances to be reflected in the fees paid by operators and income received by council, and ultimately to minimise alcohol-related harm to the extent that this can be achieved through a cost recovery regime. An alcohol licensing fees bylaw that sets fees that reflect the true cost of alcohol licensing is an effective harm reduction measure, but also supports positive community outcomes and aligns with council's strategic goals. Your Worship and Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to present today. We're happy to take questions. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for appearing and presenting your submission. There is time for a question, if there is one. Councillor Woods.
Yes, thank you for that. Is alcohol consumption in our district increasing or decreasing?
That's a great question. I would have to look at the New Zealand Health Survey, and I can furnish the Secretariat with up-to-date data. What we do know is that nationally, there is a trend towards lower consumption, but what we're not seeing is that reduction in people presenting to emergency departments. We're seeing still as high as ever, if not higher, demand on treatment providers. And we're not seeing police watch houses being able to close early on Friday and Saturday night. So any reduction in consumption isn't actually being reflected in the harm indicators that we also track. But certainly we are seeing some positive changes in some segments of the community when it comes to consumption. Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for both your comprehensive written submission and taking the time to appear in front of us today and being prepared to answer the questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next we have Sue Brown and possibly Kerry Irvine, but certainly Sue Brown, speaking on behalf of Golden Bay and Nelson Federated Farmers. Welcome, Sue. You're on mute.
There we go.
Yep, good as gold.
Good afternoon, Tim, councillors.
Afternoon.
Tim.
So just checking, is it you and Kerry or just you or?
No, just me today.
Good as gold.
And Lionel's having knee surgery, so just me, and I intend to be quite quick. You've all got the submission and read it. There's really 2 points I need to highlight today, and it's river rating and river issues. I have got a couple of examples that I was going to expand on for councillors where we've got River Wye issues that are not being fixed in a timely manner in Golden Bay. Yesterday, both provinces had our AGMs. Last night at Golden Bay, I had discussions with affected landowners, and the conclusion is I think it's better for me to write to our two councillors, Butler and Hume, and the mayor, and invite them to a site meeting. That is what the landowners would like to do, rather than make it a sort of public issue at the moment. They really just like to get things sorted. And so it's really disappointing that we are having inadequate fixing of existing old River Wye assets. The second point on River Wye is we're quite confused about this, and we didn't have time to really dig down into it with your finance people, but we get told that there is inadequate money to fix those assets sometimes, but in the rates proposed for next year, the rate for Riverworks Y and Z, they're changing, and basically you've got a reduction in both those. So for myself in Ferntown property, which floods a lot, in River Wye rates, I go from paying $997 down to $902, a $95 decrease. And that just doesn't make sense when we're getting told that there isn't money to complete repairs to existing assets. So could you please drill down onto that one? I've never had anyone complain to me about paying River Wye assets, and on a personal basis, I don't at all. And we really didn't drill down into that further because we understand there's a river rating review intended, and that's probably best where we put our energies going forward. When the other thing we'd just like to mention today is when we discussed this in Golden Bay, the question about river flow information and river heights, we've got some meters in some rivers, and it probably came up because there's one at the back of my farm now, and people who live out the northwest coast and at Packer will find it very, very useful to check whether the Ferntown Road is flooding, because we know that it starts to come over 3.8, 3.9 meters. And we can't see any intention of council to increase those kind of facilities throughout the district, but it's definitely something that we would support. Having said that, I've got no idea of the cost of those things, but the community knowledge is just invaluable. So that's what I want to say about rivers. The second point is dogs. Now, I apologise, my speakers won't Bluetooth today to the computer, but so you might hear background noises. I own a couple of the toy breed. I'm a grandmother of toy breed dogs, but I don't know much about sheep farming except for the fact that you need a lot of dogs, well trained. And my sheep farmers are really annoyed that we haven't got the fee capped at 5 working dogs. If you want to have a responsible team and train new dogs, basically by not having it capped at that 5, it just makes it expensive. You're training a dog that you're on selling, so it's going to live somewhere else. Registering is a hassle. And the capping at 5 does have a sensible background. It is what they do in Marlborough, and we'd be very keen to have alignment with Marlborough. In saying that, we are pleased that you've kept the dog registration fees the same this year, but with the working dog should be half of what you're now calling a category 2 dog. We're not commenting on the changing categories from zoning to a hectare or over a hectare, but the working dogs should be 50% of that, as well as 5 dogs. And I honestly don't know a reason that council wouldn't go for that. It will help sheep farmers that do run teams be a lot more responsible about registration. The other side to that too is just in general, why should good dog owners pay for bad dogs? They're just as much of a problem for any member of the community, not just the good dog owners. So really want council to take that next step about the dog fees. That's all I want to highlight from our submission. Is there any questions?
I think you have completely utilised your 5 minutes, despite saying you were going to be super quick. But
was for me, Tim.
but thank you very much. We have probably 30 seconds before we break for lunch, and I know that Councillor Butler has her hand up, so I'll take one quick question.
Oh, thanks, Tim. Just quickly, apologies, I didn't make the AGM. But do you think farmers have found the rivers meetings with staff useful?
Oh, definitely, Celia. We were really, really pleased when David reinstated those meetings, and I think they're very useful. I think what I find unhelpful is some of the behaviour of the attendees to those meetings gets in the way. But support them going forward. Yeah.
Okay, and we look forward to catching up on coming to look at what's going on. Thanks.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's now a necessity. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. Thank you for the written submission and for coming and speaking to it. So we have Barry Dowler, who's down to speak at 12 in this slot. We've already had Grant Nolles, who is scheduled to speak immediately after lunch. So Barry, if you'd like to take the opportunity to come and speak now, and then we'll just extend the lunch break through till 5 past.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Tim. Congratulations, everybody at the table. You've got 23 months left to prove yourselves one way or the other. My primary chat today is about the Mott Pool. You've Motueka swimming pool. You've obviously had lots of written submissions, etc., and I unfortunately missed some of the verbal this morning. I have a couple of things, being an insider up until October last year, that are sitting on my chest that I'm a bit concerned about. Number one, if I see a budget for $1 million for a water supply to a new pool, I'll be pretty gutted. With the amount of water that's already on site there, a well can be dropped easily by one of our local contractors, and he may be even happy to do something in favour of it. And also we have a local firm that will deliver the potable water from that supply. So to run a pipe down King Edward Street from the clock tower corner for $1 million and then turn around and charge whatever the cubic metre water rate's going to be, I just think we'll just head towards killing the project as well. So think about that when it comes forward. My second point is my concern about schools and the possibility of the Education Department getting the axe out and killing all the swimming pools. We've already had one offer to fill in the high school pool from the Education Department several years ago. They offered a cheque of $90,000 back in the day, and they just wanted to remove the swimming facility and all the swimming from the school there. The biggest issue I see with schools is they fill their pools or get them ready in November, and by the time the water's warm enough, normally just about the school holidays start, then the public uses the pools over the Christmas period. School comes back and they get about 6 weeks and the water's too cold and they have to stop. So effectively the kids are basically getting hardly any swimming lessons through the curriculum as they should be. If it was a community pool in town, there are bus trips in by school kids each week, in and out. They could combine that and work through the swimming pool as it is. My last bit about the pool is I keep getting told by people who are against the pool that we've got the best rivers and best beaches in New Zealand. Great, no problem at all. I challenge those people on the 20th of every month for the next 4 months to meet me at Kaitieri in their normal swimming togs without a wetsuit, and we will have a half an hour swim in the sea. And then we'll see how good our rivers and beaches actually are. There's a couple of other things there that I'd like to just quickly mention that I wasn't going to really put in, but I did throw it in the submission, which put my eyes on so I can read what I wrote. The old, talking about the service centre in Motueka, which is an asset that will have to be looked at sooner or later. Down at 99 Kenwood Street, as you walk in, there's an old building as you drive through. It's not used, it's had past its use by date. It's going to be pulled down, and I understand it's going to be turned into a car park area. Don't know what for, but it's going to be turned into a car park area. I'd like to see the old service centre uplifted. It's on piles, it can be readily reshifted. Pop down there, plonk there. There's plenty of parking out the front to do what the service centre does. There's also an area at the back that can be used for parking there as well. I know the area well. I used to work out of that site. A little bit of modification to the service centre, and I think the job's done. It won't cost a couple of $1 million, which I don't know what you're going to do now. Then talking about rivers, I heard people talk about rivers. I understand that there's a couple of the river staff got the bullet and they're gone, and now they've been replaced by consultants. So let's get those consultants in their vehicles and get over to Mulberry, get down to Canterbury and have a look at the rivers down there. When I drive around the place, I look pretty hard. And if you go down there at the moment, you'll see that all the beaches and all those rivers have been cleaned down until about 400 mil above the watermark. There's no 4 or 5 metre high beaches like we've got on the Motueka River with trees growing out of it. They're all gone. And that's the way they're maintaining their rivers. And I class that as the same as cleaning the spouting on your house each year. That's it.
Thank you, Barry. There's time for a question across the various things that was raised in the submission by Mr. Dowler. If there are none, thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to both write your submission and come in and speak to it today.
Thank you. We'll see the long-term plan next year when you really got your shoes on.
Yes, we are all looking forward to that.
So, welcome back after lunch. I think Clea Hut from the Motueka Community Board, you're up first after lunch, so welcome, Clea. So you have 5 minutes. There'll be a bell that rings at the 3-minute mark. If you have some time at the end of that 5 minutes, there may be some questions or may not be, but you can be assured that your submissions have been circulated and the councillors have read that. So over to you, Clea.
Well, I was going to say good afternoon, Mayor, but he's not here. So good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Motueka Community Board submission for the 2026-27 annual plan. As you've already read our written submission, I will focus briefly on the key priorities and themes the board believes are most important for the Motueka ward. Firstly, the board continues to strongly support the development of the Motueka Aquatic Centre. This remains one of the community's strongest aspirations, and we see it as an important investment in recreation, health, youth opportunities, and community wellbeing for the wider Motueka area. We also support planned growth within Motueka and the objectives of the regional spatial plan. However, growth must be matched with resilient infrastructure, particularly around three waters, transport and community facilities. Stormwater and flood protection remain significant concerns within our ward. The board is asking council to prioritise improvements in known problem areas, which are included in our formal submission. We are also requesting further attention to river and catchment management issues affecting both residents and productive land. Road safety is another important issue consistently raised by our community. In particular, we request a safety review of the intersection at King Edward Street, College Street and Queen Victoria Street due to ongoing concerns around vehicle movement. The board also strongly supports continued investment in Motueka's public spaces and community assets. This includes beautification work, playground upgrades and maintaining the appearance and functionality of the town centre. We specifically request that the Motueka High Street upgrade, identified in the previous long-term plan and then removed, be reconsidered in future planning discussions. The High Street in Motueka is a disgrace, in poor condition, neglected and not a welcoming site for a major tourist town, being the gateway to our local national parks. We also wish to highlight the importance of retaining service levels at the valued community facilities, including the Motueka Library and the eyesight. These are important services for both residents and visitors and contribute strongly to the community connection and local economy. In addition, the board seeks council support for the Motueka Historical Wharf Restoration Project. While we acknowledge current financial pressures, we believe this project has significant heritage and community value. Just to clarify, this particular wharf is the only granite wharf in the whole of New Zealand and is a TDC asset. The community have fundraised and made substantial donations, which proves without a doubt the support the community has for this project, with families enjoying picnics and tourists walking to the end of the wharf to take photos. A further key theme throughout our submission is the importance of community resilience and strong communication. The board supports initiatives that improve emergency preparedness and strengthen communication between council, community boards and the communities we represent. Finally, I would like to emphasise that the Motueka Community Board remains committed to working constructively with council and staff to advocate for the long-term growth, well-being and the resilience of the Motueka ward. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Clea. I think we have 1 minute, I'd say. Councillor Nordbauer.
Oh, thank you very much, Clea. Brilliant presentation. I will zoom in on your comment on the Motueka High Street upgrade. Given what has happened relatively recently with NZTA basically cutting down some established street trees and narrowing down the footpaths, what would you expect from such an upgrade? What would that deliver?
Well, We have had, NZTA have recently resurfaced it, but that's sort of central government. But I believe in the original plan, I think it was back in 2022 on the long-term plan, but then it got pushed back to 24 and then it's disappeared, to my understanding. So there was, so it was going to be footpath upgrades and some landscaping as well, and seating, but it's fallen off, so it just looks a bit ugly.
Thank you. Any quick last question? Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Clea, for your submission. Can you recall what the budget was that was originally in that long-term plan? Or alternatively, what do you expect would be a realistic budget to do that?
I don't have the answer to that. I believe it was, I don't want to throw him under the bus, but I think Steve Elkington was championing it, so he would have the details of the budget.
Great, thank you, Clea. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Helen. Is Helen here? Welcome, Helen. Okay, you have 5 minutes to speak to your submission. If there's time at the end, there may be some questions if you're happy to take them, but welcome.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm slightly deaf, so I don't hear everything. But I'd like to say good afternoon to everybody. I'm here today to speak to my submission on the annual plan 2026 to 27. The fundamental question facing council is this: why are rates increasing and what do residents and ratepayers actually want funded? We say no to community projects. Core services must come first. And core services are clean air, clean water, safe infrastructure and healthy communities. What residents need now is investment into stormwater systems, wastewater infrastructure and the prevention of sewage overflows and toxic gas emissions. I live near the Goodman-Ledger wastewater pumping station in Ledger-Goodman Park in Motueka. Residents living near this site have experienced two major ongoing issues. First, a 15-year history of toxic odour caused by hydrogen sulphide gas emissions. Second, biohazard concerns, including fecal contamination such as E. coli associated with flooding events. Today, I want to focus on the toxic air contamination. Hydrogen sulphide is not simply an unpleasant smell, it's a toxic chemical gas. WorkSafe New Zealand states that even small amounts can be dangerous to health. Despite years of complaints and the installation of a carbon filter system, the odour problem continues. The most recent documented complaint was on April the 17th, but on Tuesday it had a foul smell again. Residents have experienced ongoing physical, emotional and psychological distress. At times, the odour has been so severe people have been unable to open doors or windows or hang their washing outside. Residents feel exhausted from living in an unsafe, unhealthy environment. At least 2 residents have reportedly sold due to ongoing impacts. We understand that the council is planning upgrades to the Motueka and Takaka wastewater treatment systems to meet new wastewater environmental performance standards coming into effect in December 2025. But residents still do not know whether those upgrades include the pumping station. A pumping station is not the same as a treatment plant. And according to the annual plan, wider community conversations are not expected to begin until 2027, with completion extending towards 2035. Residents cannot and will not wait another decade. We have also sought support from public health authorities. On 20th of Feb, Trish Atkin, Health Protection Officer from Health New Zealand, confirmed that concerns had been raised regarding residents experiencing both physical and mental health impacts associated with the odour issue. She advised that she had contacted Tasman District Council requesting information about progress on resolving the issue and communication with affected residents. Then on the 11th of March, Callum Chisnell from the National Public Health Service advised that health staff are willing to attend a community meeting, but because the pumping station is a council-owned asset, that meeting must be organised and led by council staff. Residents have repeatedly requested communication and engagement, but many feel ignored. On Tuesday at the Environmental Committee meeting, a petition survey report was formally presented to Council and distributed to councillors outlining further evidence and residents' concerns. We respectfully ask all councillors to read that material carefully. In the meantime, residents are requesting a practical and transparent solution. Install a hydrogen sulfide monitoring device at the pumping station with readings publicly available online through the council website. This would provide independent data, transparency for residents, and accountability for everyone involved. Most importantly, residents would finally feel listened to. In summary, our requests are: 1. Pause non-essential community projects and prioritise core infrastructure. 2. Invest in odour reduction and install public monitoring equipment. 3. Improve communication and engagement with affected residents. 4. Work directly with public health authorities. 5. Allocate funding to protect the health and well-being of residents living near the park. Please understand this issue is not theoretical. It's affecting the daily lives, the health and the well-being of residents and ratepayers in your community.
Thank you, Helen. And we'll have time for a question. Is there a question?
Sorry?
Is there a question from any councillor? Thank you, Helen. Your message is very clear. Thank you for coming in.
Oh.
If I can invite Stephanie. Is Stephanie here? Welcome, Stephanie. So, welcome back, Mr. Mayor. So the same. The bell will go at 3 minutes. You've got 5 minutes. If there's time for questions at the end, there may be some questions.
Hello and kia ora. I'm Stephanie Bryant, living at Lidge Avenue in beautiful Motueka. To quote Tim King, doing the basics well is a good benchmark. So as taxpayers and residents, I can tell you this is what we want. We need it too. In the meantime, the last 10-year plan is not going to plan. I'm here to tell you our concerns. We at Lidge Avenue cannot wait 5 to 8 years for a planned new sewage system to be put in place. Why? Because 80% of Motueka sewage is going through the pump station in Lidge Park. That alone is not good enough. Why? Because as residents and surrounding neighbours, we are bearing the brunt of a failing system. Failures in maintenance, unexpected weather events, and you're all aware of what happened on the 27th of June 2025. Lidge Avenue had raw sewage and storm water running through the streets mixed together. Procedures were not followed. 2 weeks later, after the sewage tanks had been emptied and there was another storm event, this did not happen. No accountability, no explanation, and possibly no apology. My submission rests on the fact that nowhere else in Motueka did this occur or has occurred. This highlights the need for something to be done sooner rather than later. Anyone in the region can wait because it does not affect them, but we cannot, we who live in Lidge Avenue. So I and my fellow neighbours submit to you, forget about the building of a new swimming pool in Mott. We want our children to be able to swim in the sea. Forget about the big improvements or extending library services, rail, bike ride things, and volunteers can do that. Many overseas visitors staying in Motueka because it's beautiful and they want to swim in our estuaries and on our beaches. Many RSV workers come wanting to work and relax at our beaches and estuaries. But is it safe? Would they still want to if they knew our sewerage issues? Let us use maybe the overseas visitors' tax money to pay for some of the strain on our infrastructure. They do put a strain on the failing system. Get them to help to pay for some of these upgrades, possibly. We in Ledger Avenue live in fear of the next weather event, while everybody else is happy to wait for 2030 or 33 upgrade plan to start. We need, not want, a new state-of-the-art sewage treatment station to be implemented as soon as possible. One that will last for at least 50 to 75 years, accommodating the weather events and population growth. We don't want to leave this to our children and our grandchildren to sort out. This is for the sake of all of Motueka, not just Ledger Avenue, surrounding neighbours, street people. Let's do it sooner. Let's do it well. And can we, while we're waiting, have in place good maintenance so that immediate separation of water, waste and sewage happens while we wait? We're asking to be heard and listened to, as you have stated in your 26-27 year plan, that you want local voices. You want the community's expectations to be heard. So that's why we are here. We're asking for infrastructure over other things or beautifying. We are in agreement that doing the basics well is a good benchmark.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. We've got some time for a question in case, just in case there is some. So, Councillor Woods.
Thank you through the Mayor. Thank you, Stephanie. Very, very well put. I think around the table we're acutely aware of the infrastructure needs for Motueka, but I want to bring one question to you around, you said procedures were not followed. Can you elaborate on that, please?
It's my understanding that when there's a weather event, sewage tanks arrive and before the weather hits and empties out the sewage tank at the pumping station in Ledger Avenue. And sometimes they need 2 of these. Well, they did not arrive in on the day of the 27th in 2025 of June. So, and we don't know why. There's been no explanation. Nobody's told us what's going on and why it failed. I think that this is really important. You know, we get a bit angry when things go wrong, but if somebody explains what happened and why and what the plan is, then, you know, we can all go, well, maybe this is a problem we can all help. How can we solve this problem together?
Thank you very much, Stephanie. One more question from Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Stephanie, thank you for your presentation. You made it very clear. But there's one thing I want you to clarify for me, because the previous speaker also had raised it, but I didn't put my hand up. Can you clarify when the last time that you had that the smell odour occur?
Well, I heard today that it happened, yes, was it yesterday or Tuesday?
And was that reported straight into council?
No, not yesterday's one.
Okay, I'll take the rest offline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both for your written submission and taking the time to come in today, both present it and also be available for questions, so appreciate it. Next up we have Fred Overmars and Paul Martin on behalf of Nelson Tasman Climate Forum, and I think Paul is on Teams. Oh, not on Teams. All right, excellent. Fred, Paul, welcome. So again, written submission has been received, circulated to councillors, 5 minutes. If you wish to leave space for questions within that, then please do so. Otherwise, how you utilise that time is over to you. So.
On? Sorry. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you all today on the Council's draft 2026-27 annual plan. The New Zealand Nelson Tasman Climate Forum has 150 charter members. We have 1,500 people on our mailing list, and we have collaborative relationships with multiple organisations. We wish to acknowledge the partnership between Council and the Forum since the Council's signing of our charter as a climate ally in 2021. And we also express our gratitude for the Council's huge response to last winter's floods and acknowledge the demanding challenges the Council still faces. We acknowledge the impact on those affected as well. We support the weather recovery rate by capital value rather than uniform general charge, consistent with the third goal in our charter to respond to climate change in a way that provides for a just, equitable and resilient society. We also support building up an emergency event financial resilience fund to support disaster readiness thereafter, assuming we're lucky enough not to have more damaging weather events in the next 5 years, which might be a big assumption. In relation to both operating budget and the capital program, we request the Council reconsider its approach to investment in growth infrastructure, seeking to reduce future operating costs with the co-benefits of reducing climate pollution and dependency on fossil fuels. On fees and charges, we request the Council, in conjunction with Nelson City, investigate a levy on passengers departing from Nelson Airport to raise revenue for climate resilience and emission reduction programs by both councils.
Regarding the, let's do that, thank you. Regarding the $4.8 million flood protection reinstatement item in the capital program, I'll speak to that. We presume that this is the work that's described in the TDC River Recovery Program established webpage. We're not river experts, but we are compelled to ask whether the program has been adequately assessed against the effects of the changing climate and through a climate adaptation lens. There's strong evidence that storm intensities and frequencies in Aotearoa are increasing. For example, a study published just this last March, a couple of months ago, found that by the second half of the century, the most intense 1-day and 3-day rainfall events in a typical year, often involving totals of hundreds of millimetres of rain, are predicted to increase by around 10 to 20% across much of the country. About half of the locations analysed could experience at least a 50% increase in impactful rainfall events, 30% could see a doubling, and 10% could experience a tripling. The River Recovery Program description doesn't mention providing for these increased rainfall frequencies and intensities, nor for making room for rivers to accommodate them, and nor for the potential contribution of nature-based solutions for reducing flood flows at catchment level. Rather, it appears to be largely a reinstatement of the existing river protection systems with the risk of repeat damage when the next severe weather event occurs. While the reinstatement works will have short-term benefits, it's well-known adaptation that such an approach fosters complacency, like more development behind it, and thereby increases overall long-term risk. To wrap up, we're concerned over the zero mention of, in the recovery program description, of providing for increased high rainfall frequency intensities, making room for rivers and nature-based solutions at a catchment level. We're concerned that the 2021 Tonkin and Taylor flood modelling reports for the lower and upper Motueka, which we assume underlie the program, predate the recent scientific publications on rainfall. We're concerned the absence of these elements also is a failure in communication of river management risks. We're concerned that we might be seeing climate maladaptation, good intentions, bad outcomes. We're concerned the more when Tasman and Nelson have the highest per capita exposure in the country of buildings at risk to inland and coastal flooding. Thanks for your listening. We invite questions.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming and presenting. So there's probably room for a question, and then I note, Paul, you've got your personal submission following this as well. So, Councillor Neubauer.
Now I'm on. Fred and Paul, thank you very much for your submission. You mentioned an opinion on how we should be charging our weather event or dividing up the cost of the weather event recovery. Have you given any consideration to a particular treatment of risk and responsibility in this?
It's a good question. Let's try that. It's a great question. It's a difficult question. I've got to say that as well. But clearly it is an element, I think, that the council, if I could put it back, perhaps to the council in terms of working on a long-term plan. I think this is an issue certainly to bring focus to.
and we would be happy to help in that.
Thank you. Councillor Gully.
Could you give some examples of nature-based river management, please?
Sure, thank you. There's some work that's been done through the Motueka Catchment Collective, where there was some modelling that was done on, if I've got this right, restoring forests and wetlands throughout the catchment, which would have the effect of reducing the peak flood flows lower down by, I think, 9%, if I remember right. So I think that this is, the reforestation and creating wetlands is what I would point to. And I would also just point to the fact that the Motueka Catchment Collective, there's been a lot of conversation going on in the community, which I've not been part of, but I'm really impressed with. And I think that and council probably been involved with this as well, but it's, would be great to bring all that together.
Can I just add that, the reforestation around valleys, etc., will, with indigenous forests, will significantly reduce the amount of sedimentation, which is a major issue for us in terms of flood risk, both in the uplands but also on the floodplains. So we know that reforestation will have a very positive impact.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for presenting on behalf of the Climate Forum. And now, Paul, you have your personal submission.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou once again. So thank you for this opportunity. So I am part of the Climate Forum, but this is an independent submission, which is somewhat consistent with the Climate Forum submission. So in this submission, I'd like you to consider two critical interconnected issues that that I did raise in my written submission, and that is the need to develop a dedicated climate resilience fund and the strategic benefits of a phased amalgamation with Nelson City Council. Both of those around the issue of how we manage future costs of climate change risk. So the devastating floods of 2025 serve as a strong reminder of our vulnerability to extreme weather events, which climate researchers tell us will only become more frequent and intense into the indefinite future. Bless you. We also know that late 2026 will be the start of what some are calling a super El Nino, potentially resulting in high temperatures, drought, and potential wildfires in our district, another significant climate change risk. And some of these issues are noted well in the latest report from the Climate Change Commission, the National Climate Change Risk Assessment Report, talking about that in some regions, costs for compensation, for mitigation by 2040 and 50 will become unmanageable, nationally by 2050, and in some regions about between 2030 and 240, and that's flood, fires and slips, among other things. In addition, the current conflict in the Persian Gulf and its consequent impact on energy sources and prices and resultant demand destruction and impacts on global supply chains emphasize the fragility of the economic environment in which we live. In other words, we need to be planning now for these high costs that are coming inevitably. Our current reactive funding models to all these disruptions are simply not sustainable. My submission proposes we consider these two long-term responses. So firstly, a local climate response fund. Rather than suggesting that the Tasman floods are a one-off event, which seems to be indicated by the council at the moment, which may not happen again in our lifetimes, we need to face the realities of more frequent and intense weather events. We therefore need a robust long-term funding mechanism for climate resilience. We also need a model that leverages broad community and philanthropic contributions. The current approach, where ratepayers bear the full cost of recovery after each event, is unsustainable and inequitable. And as an example of how community and philanthropic contributions can make a difference, the recent Wellington floods and the resultant community responses to those impacted by those floods indicates the potential for communities to work together to harness the goodwill and generosity of our communities in adverse times. So proposing the establishment of a dedicated climate response fund, structured as a joint council, Nelson City Council, Tasman District Council, and a charitable trust. So it offers significant advantages. First, the council's role would be to provide essential seed funding through a ring-fenced line item on rates, ensuring a stable and predictable base. This commitment would also provide administrative oversight and formal recognition within the long-term plan. Secondly, the charitable component is absolutely crucial. By developing a separate charitable trust integrated with that council funding, we can unlock tax rebatable donations from regional philanthropic organisations, horticultural businesses, viticulture and other local industries, and the wider public. This charitable status means donations tax deductible, potentially doubling available resources without solely burdening our ratepayers. The funds generated would be strategically used to prioritise the hardening of our infrastructure to climate change, and that means investing in solutions like elevated pump stations, improved natural and piped stormwater and wastewater systems, which previous submitters have made comment on, and which we know are already under extreme pressure and face major funding shortfalls, culvert upgrades, and the rewilding of riverine areas and upland streams to reduce downstream silt build-up and help reduce flow during floods. And there are many other natural responses to these storm floods which will help reduce, not prevent, but reduce the impacts of those extreme weather events. In addition, the current work to develop self-sustaining community hubs that has been mentioned needs to be expanded and prioritised. Clearly, neither global supply chain shocks like the Iran war nor extreme weather events which cut off our communities are going to be one-off events in the future. So these are proactive measures that help reduce damage rather than repeatedly cleaning up after it. So we support, as Climate Forum has said, the importance of funding by capital value as the most equitable way to fund damage to infrastructure. Those with higher capital values generally have more disposable income and often larger properties that require more resources in climate emergencies. A flat rate tax, conversely, is inequitable for those with limited resources who will pay a significantly higher percentage of the cost from their disposable income. So the second issue is a proposed phased amalgamation with Nelson City Council, which I understand is contentious and has been contentious. But it is a fundamental inefficiency that Tasman District Council and Nelson City Council maintain parallel administrative systems, payroll, IT, planning, legal, etc., just 15 kilometres apart. Our combined annual spend exceeds $600 million, meaning even a 1% efficiency gain translates to approximately 6.2 million saved for ratepayers annually, while debt amalgamation alone could save 4.3 million on AI estimates, and insurance amalgamation about 1.47 million. And on top of that, of course, we've got the current government's deadline to councils to develop amalgamation proposals within 3 months, which hastens the urgency to develop plans that actually do save money and rates and meet the needs and concerns of our various local communities. Most importantly, amalgamation will permit much greater effectiveness in coordinating the mitigation of the ever-increasing impacts of climate change across Nelson and Tasman. While I acknowledge past concerns and fears about amalgamation, particularly from rural Tasman residents, a phased transition plan would help to minimise political issues, negative economic impacts, eliminate compulsory redundancies while prioritising climate change response, and allow for, over a sufficient time period, ongoing re-evaluation and adjustment as required, going through that phase process. So phase 1, starting in 2027, involve a binding referendum on shared services during the local body elections, and once and if approved, council could immediately begin the process to merge back office functions such as IT, payroll, finance, legal and communications, and a single joint chief executive be appointed to report to both councils. Phase 2, 2028-29, initiate the unification of regulatory and planning functions, with evaluation as that goes on. I have had feedback to say it couldn't possibly work, or it may be feasible to incorporate some aspects but keep other aspects separate from each other, particularly around the resource management and the economic development issues. Phase 3 by 2030.
3-minute bill. Sorry, Paul. You have somewhat exceeded your 5 minutes, which I was wondering. I thought the little ding was the 3-minute one, but it was actually the 5-minute one.
Oh, I do apologise.
So that's quite right. It's my bad.
Okay.
I've listened to the dinger so often today that I just forgot whether it was the 3 or the 5. So we need to call it to a halt there.
Yep, that's fine.
And thank you for both your written submission, which, as was equally comprehensive, and for coming along and making your submission today. We next have Mr. Helia. Welcome, Mr. Helia.
So press the button. Your Worship and Councillors, it is my belief that not all of the Council's Riverworks rates are being used effectively for Riverworks. Nor do I believe the Council staff listen to calls from landowners who pay these rates for mitigation of threats to the properties that these rates are being raised for. For at least 20 years, there have been calls from landowners in the Motueka and Moochie valleys to remove gravel build-up. These have largely been ignored, so we have had damage caused by the recent storm event that may have been mitigated by the removal of gravel. Why were these calls ignored? Was it arrogance, or was it just the usual incompetence? Whatever it was, it caused a lot of damage, anguish, and huge repair costs. It appears there is no system in place for evaluating the importance of these calls and formulating appropriate policy directives that take into account those calls. Council staff need to be accountable for allowing such a situation to occur. We pay their wages and salaries, including a day off for their birthday, and in return we expect to be heard and served competently. On this occasion we weren't, with the result being the Council demanding extra rates to make up for it. That there is no accountability expected from Council staff for these appalling situations raises the question of whether we have managers and executives who are fit for their positions. That's why I'm calling for an independent investigation on the Council's lack of preparedness for extreme events and hoping recommendations will be actually heard, accepted and applied. The last word on this comes from Martin Luther King Jr., who said, and I quote, "Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Helia. You have one question, so should you wish to remain seated for it, but you don't have to. It's entirely over to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Neuber.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You stated, and I quote you, that gravel removal may have been mitigated or may have mitigated the flood effects that we've seen. Have you got any evidence or anything that substantially
Yeah, you only have to go out to the Motueka River and have a look at the damage that was caused by the build-up of gravel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Helia. Well, if there were other questions, it's a little late. So next up, we have Bruce Gilkinson. Welcome, Bruce.
Thank you. So,
yeah, good as gold. Just make sure the microphone's on though for those who are online. So if you just push that button in front of you.
yeah. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I'm resident in Ruby Bay, Mapua, have been for a long time. This will be short and sweet. It's around transport, housing and climate and low cost, just something I would like to request and which might save costs in the medium or long term. So the Mapua Ruby Bay area is growing rapidly and intended to grow even faster up to and beyond 2050. 2050, we all know, is when this area and this country is required to achieve net zero emissions. Transport is a huge emitter, and probably every person, every household in that area needs to commute more or less often to Richmond or beyond for transport, education, shopping, recreation, health services, etc. And so how are we going to do that with net zero emissions? Well, there's a few options. One is the Great Taste Cycleway, which is fantastic, but it's meandering and not really a commuting route, and depends on limited ferry access, and increasing ferry crossings probably isn't affordable. There has been talk of a cycle bridge via Rabbit Island, again for cycle as a cycleway, a cycle route. That's been mooted for some years, including by TDC staff, and so could possibly be done in combination with a pipeline upgrade. There are a few challenges, but that could work. There's also the possibility of a safe cycleway alongside State Highway 60, so from Mapua then to turning off at Redwood Road and joining the Great Taste Trail from there. That could work. That in many cases the space available on the coast side of that road, and I believe wouldn't be overly expensive. To do that route at the moment, and I did it a couple of weeks ago, it's currently terrifying. The way the road is laid out and the very narrow section at the side makes it, just a little bit scary. And another one would be more frequent buses. So what is the solution to this, what's a growing problem and one that's somehow got to be dealt with before 2050? What I would like to see is a council study of those options and then those really prioritised. My own preference would probably be a combination of more frequent buses. Thank you for the buses, by the way, they're fantastic. More frequent buses plus a safe cycleway for commuting alongside State Highway 60 where that's feasible. I believe that delaying it for too long becomes more expensive because each time road alterations are done, there either is or might be an opportunity to change the markings of that road, could potentially be missed. So the aim is to avoid waste and rework. And of course I'm talking about Mapua to Ruby Bay. This might apply in other areas as well, but it's a matter of prioritising and really focusing on the fact that, we do need to be reducing the emissions and we need safe ways of commuting. E-bikes, I've been involved in a study in Nelson recently, are a real game changer. They are quicker than another bike, low energy, of course, and don't require, for someone commuting to work or whatever, don't need different clothing. People don't arrive at their destination sweating and needing a shower. So, they are definitely part of the equation. 2050 is closer than we think, especially in terms of planning something like that. So my request is just an early study involving council staff and see which of those options are the most likely solution and then really focus towards that. In the meantime, please be kind if you see cyclists on State Highway 60. So, thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you very much for both your written submission and coming in. There's probably time for a question. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Bruce, for your presentation. You focused quite a bit on transport solutions for the growth that we're seeing in Mapua. Have you considered land use solutions where we would create more jobs and services in Mapua, or potentially avoid all that residential growth there in the first place?
All of that, but I think that the regular commutes, like at this stage, probably if you travel around Mapua, you'll see most houses have got 2 cars in the driveway. I think that the Richmond connection is going to continue to be a draw, an essential, but I'd welcome that too. And that could be one of those options. If that would be prioritised, then again, there's direction, and perhaps the earlier decisions like that are made, the better they're likely to work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you very much for coming in and presenting and being available to answer questions, as well as providing us your written submission. Next up, we have Adrian Matthews. Welcome, Adrian.
Thank you.
So we have obviously received your written submission. You have 5 minutes, 3 minutes with the little dinger. If you want to leave room for questions, then do that within that 5 minutes, but how you use it is over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. What should have been an accountability and decision-making document is instead a document of serious omissions. A competent consultation document should allow ordinary ratepayers to understand what is changing, why, what it will cost, what options council considered, what trade-offs are being made, and what ratepayers are actually being asked to decide. This document does not do that. It repeatedly states that council undertook a thorough review of work programs and budgets, but where is the evidence? Where is the list of projects considered for removal? What was rejected and why? Where is the review of discretionary spending, service levels, staffing, contractors, consultants and procurement? Council says the forecast rates increase was reduced from 11.2% to 9.9% through rephasing projects, increasing fees and charges, slowing roading depreciation funding and selling ETS carbon credits. But ratepayers are not shown enough of the workings. A public body should not simply assert that a thorough review occurred, it should prove it. The capital program is another major failure of disclosure. The document states that capital expenditure is proposed to increase by 7 million to over 80.6 million. Yet it does not provide a clear project-by-project capital program. Ratepayers cannot easily see each project, location, cost, funding source, timing, priority, or whether it is essential, discretionary, growth-related, renewal-based, resilience-related, or committed. Broad categories are insufficient when the public is being asked to accept significant rates, debt and infrastructure decisions. And then, surprise, a more detailed capital program does exist, but TDC website searches fail to reveal it. It is not where an ordinary ratepayer would reasonably expect it to be. This was supposed to be a public consultation, not a treasure hunt. The document also underplays affordability. A 9.9% average rates increase is presented as a balanced outcome, yet some residential examples show increases above 12 and 13%. These are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. For pensioners, renters, mortgage holders, small businesses and families already facing rising insurance, food, fuel and service costs, these increases could be unmanageable. The weather events recovery rate options are too narrow. Council offers 4 district-wide targeted rate options, but these options mainly differ by duration and whether the charge is uniform or based on capital value. What is missing is proper consideration of targeted risk-based, catchment-based or activity-based options. Flooding, slips, erosion and coastal inundation are not always random. They are often linked to location, landform, catchments, forestry, development patterns, drainage, maintenance and infrastructure decisions. The document does not adequately test whether all ratepayers should carry these costs equally or whether costs should be more closely linked to risk, benefit or cause. The same lack of depth appears in the discussion of maintenance, professional fees, employee benefits and depreciation funding. It identifies as increases but did not properly explain the root causes. Are rising maintenance costs the result of deferred renewals, poor maintenance? Ratepayers are not told enough to judge. The proposal, overall this document is completely inadequate. It does not provide the level of detail, transparency, option analysis or project level disclosure needed for ratepayers to make properly informed submissions on rates, debt, disaster recovery funding and capital spending. Good governance is not optional, it is the foundation of public trust. Consultation should not be treated as a box-ticking exercise. This annual plan needed transparency, discipline and care. Instead, the consultation material appears rushed, incomplete and poorly coordinated. In an organisation the size of the council was operating in the public sector, this annual plan would trigger a full internal view. A business owner would demand to know why costs had escalated, which projects were essential, which could be deferred, whether staff and consultant costs were justified, whether procurement was delivering value, whether debt was being used prudently, and why on earth the CEO let it be reduced to the public like this. No business could keep increasing prices without first proving it had controlled its own costs. Ratepayers deserve the same discipline. Council may not be a private business, but it is managing public money. That requires not a lower standard, but a higher one. And this consultation document falls well short. Thank you.
Thank you. There's probably time for a very quick question. So make the question quick.
Yes, there would be a lot to respond to, but I won't because I don't have time. But I asked this question of a number of submitters today about how we should charge the weather event recovery rate. And you actually mentioned that you think there should be a greater risk and responsibility component in there. Other submitters felt that that was unfair.
My point of asking the question quickly is so the respondent can answer the question.
Well, maybe I can just finish it. What is your view or response to that, where people think this would be unfair?
Well, there just needs to be considerably more work done on the causes, and so that the costs can be attributed to the correct places. And right now we've got situations where private companies and so on are actually causing some of this mess, and there's no accountability. And like so many things with the council, unfortunately, there is no clear accountability.
Thank you. Thank you for your written submission and coming in and submitting, talking to it and being available to answer questions.
Thank you.
Next up, we've got Wayne Mackey. Welcome, Wayne. So I think you've probably got the format. 5 minutes, you get a little dig at 3, and there may be time for questions.
Good, thanks, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for this opportunity. Now, I did have some handouts, but apparently I'm not allowed to hand them out. Is that correct?
No, I've previously got handouts, so feel free to just hand them that way, and they will be circulated.
Well, if I can hold on to one. Yeah, or 2. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Now, I take it that most councillors have had the opportunity to read my submission, so I'll try and be brief. I've prepared a brief presentation, and I've just really, I'll shoot through the highlights. Affordability. Quite frankly, I think that the rates are getting in Tasman are getting completely unaffordable for the average ratepayer. If you're well-to-do, no problem. One question is what is actually affordable? And I think councillors need to sort that out. Looking through your documents, you fail to meet your own requirements for affordability. One thing, please do not go down the Gore District Council direction of rates assistance scheme. That, in my view, is completely unworkable. It's, I guess you've all looked at that, but it's sort of like a reverse mortgage. And my other thing, I think you're rates should be limited to CPI. Ideally, I'd like to CPI minus 1% to actually drive efficiency gains within the organisations. The next heading was must do versus nice to have. In my view, council must focus on core must do business. Again, you need to define what core must do activities are. I also note, looking through the documents, that for instance, the community facilities expenditure, no formal business cases are included for any of the projects. There are various feasibility studies, but no formal business case. Also note the Motueka swimming pool has gone up from $20 million to $22 million. Also, the other issue is gold plating versus fit for purpose. I just want to see fit for purpose, thanks. Efficiency and productivity. Hard to believe that staff numbers at council have gone up 172 or 68% over 10 years. From my point of view, efficiency and productivity is missing in action. I'd like to see a top-down financial constraints on the TDC executive. It seems at this point that it's the other way around, bottom-up, with council management executive in charge, directing you what you should be doing. And by the way, if you don't do this, this is what will happen. Not good enough. I've got 3 minutes already. Okay. Other key one here is merging TDC and NCC. I think significant benefits, financial and non-financial, will accrue. I've done some spreadsheets and analysis. My rough assessment is that there are savings of $20 million per annum and total savings to be had. That's under a hard reset, and it's now good though to see that the government's now involved and coming along to actually direct councils if they don't play game. I see no reason why TDC and NCC aren't merged. Debt, very quickly. You're already $14 million above the long-term plan. Long-term plan indicates $452 million by 2034. And that's without taking into account the impact of the war in the Middle East. Also, we have the potential for irrigators to default on $72 million of loans underwritten by the council. That, in my view, is quite a high probability as we go forward. Just quickly, status of insurance on infrastructure assets need to be considered. Have you looked at an insurance captive, for instance?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Wayne. Thank you for both your written submission, for providing us the useful handout with your key points, and for being available to speak to it today.
And thank you.
Next up, we have Richard Johns.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Richard.
Just to answer Timo's question about river and river gravel removal. A report was done by ECAN, which showed for every $10 that was spent on maintenance, preventative maintenance, not reactive maintenance, which TDC has, saves $100, and that included gravel extraction, ripping, rock work, all the stuff that goes with river maintenance. So there is a report out there, and it's quite comprehensive, done by ECAN. Right, let's talk about the white elephant in the room. You're not going to make anything work until you actually build efficiency into TDC. And there is no incentive at the moment, and no, I presume no will to do it. The white elephant was the dam, where public consultation was ignored, expert opinion was ignored. We've had an Ombudsman did a report on open and transparent council. The Auditor General did a report on the loan to irrigators. The Auditor General also gave a red flag to you just recently. A report's been done on the lack of process in the dam build, a sudden rush to do river protection. In my mind, is an admission of 46 years of failure. Reactive maintenance is also a failure. There was a photo posted recently of the Mott River Bridge when it was built. The river level was the same right through, not a narrow channel with 1.5 meters of sand built up on either side. If you want a proof on removing sediment and stuff from rivers, have a look at that photo, Timu, because it shows that there is at least twice the capacity, if not more, for water to travel under the Mott Bridge. A resident satisfaction survey was an epic failure. Debt levels climbing, and I'm not too sure, it's pretty hard to find out, but if you include that $76 million on loan to the irrigators, then the possibility that the debt level has been exceeded. I don't know whether it's included, it's pretty hard to try and find that out. And then we have some outright lies, truth and distortion and blackmail. There's no trust in TDC. Recycling, we're told, and 80% of it went to landfill. An e-bus. Oh, we're on e-bus, aren't we? Good, we're doing our bit for it. Runs on diesel. And then we've got some incompetence, where the civil defence response is colour coordinated, but a senior member is colourblind. As long as they're facing the same way as you. I was at a meeting where you couldn't pick out the colours of the people, you were just guessing.
Mr. Johns.
Well, he responded. The trust is gone. I believe the Mayor's integrity has been compromised due to the above and much more. How much more damage are you going to allow him to oversee? How do we sort out how to balance the books? By all of you being actively involved in the CEO's appointment performance committee, rather than a few, where proper performance criteria are set and enforced to get the direction that ratepayers want and deserve. Until you remove that power from the Mayor, headway will be stalled, debt will continue to rise, incompetence will not be dealt with, and productivity will not be acceptable. Culture won't change, and outcome-based outlook will not be achieved, and debt will continue to increase. The past 6 years has played right into the government's hands regarding restructuring. I presume that very soon I'll have to go and welcome to Tasman Nelson District Council. You won't make any savings until you sort out the competency of staff and the productivity of staff, and the way that you're doing it now is not going to achieve that.
Thank you, Mr. Johns. Time for a quick question. Doesn't appear there are any. Thank you very much for both your written submission and coming and presenting this afternoon. Next up we have Bruce Struthers. Welcome, Bruce.
Thank you. First, I'm sort of disappointed that I don't see the smiling faces of the CEO, the COO, or the manager of finance and strategy. I'm sure they have a higher priority to address. Esteemed Deputy Mayor, Mayor of the revived Waimea County, and members of the Privy Council, there is no need for an annual plan. There is only need for restraint and consideration of your neighboring ratepayers. Our legacy will be the condition of our only planet. We must leave a better Tasman to our children and theirs. We and those that govern us must live within our means, within the finite resources we have. Our government has nothing to hide, so must operate with complete transparency at all times. The draft annual plan presented for consultation was not complete and did not address conditions obvious to any resident. This is not 2026, or this is 2026. It is not 2020 when population grew by 3.3%. It is not 2023 when the real estate market went wild. Population of the district is not growing. The real estate market is not booming. There are 543 homes and sections for sale in Tasman and Nelson Bays as of noon today. Carter, Holt, Harvey, Sealord, Tallies, Kitchen Things, Proper Crisps, and now Honda have moved their operations to the North Island to improve operational efficiencies or have gone out of business. Why? Perhaps to avoid being stuck with the bill for bespoke infrastructure built to support other primary industries. According to Infometrics, as of December 2025, softness persists in construction, manufacturing, and tourism. Care for the aging population is replacing traditional primary industries as the major contributor to our local economy. This translates to even lower sunshine wages to bear the burden of rates. No one knows how hard this fuel crisis will hit the world. I lived through and survived the 1973 Yom Kippur War and 1979 Iranian Revolution oil crisis. A lot around here may not have been alive or conscious then. This set me back for years out of university. This oil crisis will be merciless and inescapable. Why? Rational people were running world powers in the 1970s. After the submission deadline for this consultation had closed, we were treated to the surprise that a bow wave of previously unbudgeted Three Waters maintenance and renewals will swamp SS Tasman over the quarter century of benign neglect. This is not the robust financial controls that the Auditing Risk Committee were told in March 10th reduces the district's financial risk. This is not water done well, no matter how much we paid Becca to tell us how to do it. You can't do local water well just by adapting a snappy name for a program. You can't recover by adding recovery manager to the title of ELT members. In December 2017, the mayor and deputy mayor assured the community of Mapua that the dam is projected to cost $75.9 million, with the council's share at $26.8 million, with a P95 estimate, meaning there is a 95% chance the cost will be less than projected, and 5% it will cost more. It costs more. So much more that on April 8th, the Nelson Regional Development Agency requested a bailout from central government to pay for $130 million of cost overruns, as irrigators could not. They called this a partnership opportunity because, quote, Waimea Irrigators Limited is at real risk of high levels of payment default from its shareholders. Fiscal reality is difficult to face. Regrettably, it will not go away. The only viable strategy we have in front of us is to abandon rosy aspirations of 3 years ago and stop spending all spending for growth that will not come in this term. The pittance that remains in our credit limit must be dedicated to maintenance that allows us to limp along. We cannot afford the Big Bang Digital Innovation Program with its stalled and over budget customer relationship management module reported to function on the inside but not implemented on the customer facing outside. This is another Waimea Dam moved to the cloud. I've given my speaker notes to governments, so you can read the rest.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you for both your comprehensive written submission and appearing today to speak to it.
Sure.
Thank you. Next up, we have Marian Sadly.
Good afternoon. This is an addition to my submission. if TDC are serious about bringing finances to a sustainable level, it cannot continue using business as usual. That has resulted in the serious financial situation that the council finds itself in right now. TDC business management needs to change massively to realise any changes in our debt trajectory and achieve sustainable financial status. To achieve this, our elected members, must ensure the CEO makes drastic changes to the financial management and operations and the culture of departments in a fully accountable manner. While attending full council meetings, I have witnessed some very concerning statements being made, especially in April and May. In April, the Mayor made a statement in response to Councillor Morgan, where Councillor Morgan was told his business knowledge was appreciated, but council was not a normal business. The deviation from normal business I see is that TDC is a monopoly and has that over its clients, the ratepayer, which gives them no choice of service provider. Agreed, this is not a normal business model, yet this model, given the correct intent, could in fact be the stimulus to work towards the best interest of the ratepayers. Also in April meeting, the CEO made a statement that suggested her most important role was staff wellbeing. Agreed, staff wellbeing is important. However, the CEO has a role and a duty to the ratepayers to ensure the most effective business model resulting in positive financial prudence and performance outcomes that deliver ratepayer services that are value for money. Needing to continually increase debt and rates above the national CPI inflation rate is a direct result of poor management. Ratepayers do not accept this level of poor management performance, and nor should you, our elected members. At last week's meeting, the Mayor responded to Councillor Wood's question with regard to public consultation results. He suggested that these results were only one consideration in a decision-making process due to a small percentage of ratepayer participation, and how this means only a few ratepayers would be making a decision for others if it was given more weight. Yes, isn't it the outcome of what democracy is? Some choose to participate, others don't. Isn't this public consultation process the same used when it comes to local body elections? Using the Mayor's logic, then every elected member may in fact not actually be the person that the people who didn't vote wanted actually to hold office. However, outcomes should never be moderated to anticipate the decisions of those who choose not to exercise their participation right. TDC has a responsibility to all ratepayers to use the consultation process fairly and democratically and not open themselves up to system manipulation. As elected members, transparency with ratepayers is vital, with opinions, views and comments taken seriously by those who've made the effort to participate. Sadly, TDC's public submission process has a reputation of lacking adequate information for thorough ratepayer consideration and leads ratepayers towards the TDC's preferred outcome. Many feel TDC does not listen and is simply undertaking a tick box exercise. Maybe it is this poor reputation that explains why ratepayer engagement and participation is so low. Equally lacking is transparency after a decision has been made. I have never seen a full explanation conveyed to ratepayers of a decision that has been made by TDC and why. Bringing about change in any business is never a straightforward task. We, the ratepayers, deserve this level of your attention. I am thankful we have some very wise councillors elected this trimester who are asking questions and questioning the status quo. You all have been tasked with the responsibility to ensure the CEO brings about major financial management changes and to assure your view in the annual plan and all financial management decisions is looked at with fresh eyes and a mindset that improves all outcomes for the ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Marian. Next up we have Barry Evans. Welcome, Barry.
G'day. The chairs are a little bit better this time. Yeah. We have got something. Right. G'day. They've got my name in front of you. In the words of Matthew Horncastle on council, he's got a blog up on there, and it would be worth all of you having a read, because there's some pretty much some home truths. The first sentence on his blog is: a council is not a business, not an investment fund, not a vehicle for bureaucrats to build careers on the back of forced taxation. It's meant to be a service provider, nothing more. Roads that work, water that is clean, infrastructure that holds a region together. That's lacking. Do these things well, do them efficiently, do them economically at the lowest possible cost to the people funding the programs. Then stop. The goose that lays the golden egg has had enough. This endless increase in borrowing is beyond any business model with a focus on not going tits up. The greater the borrowing, the less productive the department becomes, because you're borrowing money to pay interest on money you shouldn't have borrowed. Our council is overstaffed and underperforming. Too many extra benefits added to generous salaries. Personally, we recently wanted to provide a New Zealand Motorhome Association park over property for fellow motorhomers. Well, the first interview with resource consent was a pretty bitter pill to swallow. This is the first time in our business life that we have been expected to give an open cheque to anyone for possibly no results, no idea of a time frame, starting out with a $2,000 deposit and no idea whatsoever where the figure will end. We canned the whole bloody project right then. In our 30 years of business, no customer asked us to do work for them without at least an estimate and some sort of a time frame. As much as we support and would like the Pool and Motueka complex, the Tapapira and Wakefield hubs to go ahead, it's a luxury the region cannot afford. A classic example of defeat by bureaucrats is the near on $300,000 taken in fees from the Mapua Boat Club boat ramp fund, and then sending another bill to the boat club after the funds were repleted and there's no boat ramp. So, and just to add to Mr. Helia's part on the Motueka River, we are close to it, and we've lived in the region for 40 years, and never have I seen rapids in the Motueka River. If you go up the highway and where Stony Ridge Way is, if you look directly across the road from there, where it's just about West Rabbit Island starts, I think. The river is narrow, we've got rapids, and further up by Hurley Road, the river's widened by 15 to 20 metres, and the water level is higher than I've ever seen it, even through the dry. Thank you. My bit.
Thank you very much, Barry. Thanks for your written submission and speaking to it. There is time for a couple of questions, or at least a question if there is any.
Yeah.
Any questions of Barry? If not, thank you. Thanks very much for your submission and speaking to it today. Next up, we have Joyce Grant. Welcome, Joyce.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. This is a summary of my submission, which happened to be my first ever submission to council, and this happens to be my first ever speaking to council. So I understand from looking at my submission, it was a bit rough, and there were some silly spelling mistakes and such, and I had no idea what the boundaries were. And as for this, as you've already heard more than once today, a waste of time. It gave me very little idea of what I was being asked to put a submission in on. I could see your guidance clearly. I didn't like it. I felt this was biased towards questions that the staff and CEO wanted me to give the answers they wanted to receive. So I had to go at writing my own submission. And my numbers are not the same numbers as what are in here, so you'll just have to follow me. That was my number one. Number two, I note the recent acknowledgement of error from DDC that resulted in a $17.4 million not being included in the capital program in these figures. And on the 7th of May, I attended a council meeting where I found out there were another 1.85 odd million that needed retrospective approval for unbudgeted reactive maintenance expenditure. I feel the question needs to be asked, what else was missing from this document? What a waste of paper. But I struggled on. And like I said earlier, I wasn't sure where the boundaries were. So if I've overstepped some boundaries, I'm not going to apologise. I'm going to say toughen up and take it. Number three, extreme weather. Over recent years, the other thing is what a lot of people have said, I couldn't find information when I went into the council website either. But over recent years, it appears that TDC has not included a budget for possible extreme weather events due to it being too difficult to assess costs until an event happens. And we have not been provided with a breakdown of insurance payouts or government subsidies received for the 2025 extreme weather events. I find it despicable that council is expecting ratepayers to cover a guesstimate of 14.6 million shortfall, naming it a recovery cost and asking us how we want to pay for it. The choice options offered are under the assumption that ratepayers agree they should have to pay an extra rate to do this. I do not agree, therefore it's a no from me. Regarding the budget, perhaps staff and the CEO could do what we ratepayers pay them to do and make a better job of looking for ways to make budget cuts that will not cause massive funding problems to be handed on to ratepayers in coming years. Their previous effort earlier this year was abysmal and would be laughable if the situation was not so serious. I feel that the council is being managed by the staff and the CEO, and I think that the staff, when they're presenting information to the councillors, are not presenting all of the information councillors required to be able to make proper decisions. And often the information is late and they're pressurised to make decisions with not enough time to consider properly. Not good enough. Needs to be sorted by the CEO with staff. If the CEO is not capable of doing that, I feel that perhaps it's time for a new CEO, and I would hope that that new CEO would have input from all council when they're chosen, would not be given sole signature rights, and would not receive a $6 million discretionary fund of ratepayers' money to spend as and when she decides to put the tick on anything. Did I hear a bell already or not? No? Okay. So that's it, is it?
It is an issue, just briefly wrapping up.
Okay, well, to wrap up, I would like to say that I do not agree to the 7% increase in charges. The staff are already being paid by ratepayers, and we should always have free access to information about our own properties. I do not agree to an increase of 7% across. The fees are already exorbitant. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you for both your written submission and for coming in and speaking to it today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Gary Polwart. Welcome, Gary.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. First off, I'd like to address some of the statements that were made this morning by proponents of the Tapawera Hub. All of the submitters, including Stuart Bryant, are representatives of a private trust who do not represent the interests of Tapawera community. They are actually paid employees. So the Tapawera District's Community Council has the results of the recent survey and showing conclusively that the community don't want this. Trish Palmer, who spoke for the TDCC, asked me to correct an error that she made. There were 222 objectors to the hub with 2 proponents, not 122, it was a typo. The results of the council poll showed 78% of people against this hub, and that reflects the community feelings here too. Tapawera Connect do not have the means nor a business case to meet the running costs of $156,000 a year. The proposed hub is also not for the community. It's for Tapawera Connect's own offices and for those people aligned with Tapawera Connect, not the rest of us. The rest of the community we excluded from that building as we are now. TDC also offered a portacom for Dela Webby, who sat here and said she needs some help. They offered her a portacom and they turned it down. So there's been plenty of help already. They just want a new building and they want you to pay for it. I'd also like to speak about what the community wants from the council and councillors in general. You councillors have inherited a council heavily in debt due to poor decisions and poor management over the last few years. Essentially, my view is that you've been voted in to correct these problems. And unfortunately, that means some tough decisions you need to make now. You can no longer allow the staff the freedom to set budgets as they see fit and simply sign off on them. You must look at every line item and set budgets in the governance framework. Once you set the budgets, the CEO and staff need to be held accountable. A number of you campaigned on exactly this. The annual plan shows exactly, this annual plan, shows exactly what's wrong with the TDC. The council has asked the staff to come back with more realistic budgets to reduce rates and to reduce borrowing. The staff adjusted a few minor things here and there and then came back with exactly the same numbers and you all signed off on it. 9.9%. Borrowing is heading towards $500 million by 2034. You need to stop it. Simple as that. True. Councillors. I've lost my place. Don't worry. Just talk amongst yourself for a second. Council is in debt and you need to borrow to fund all of the projects in the capital plan. So presenting the community projects as only impacting the rates by a tiny percentage is deceitful. Councillors, you need to ask questions as to the true funding costs because every dollar the council borrows gets passed back to ratepayers with interest and inflation added. New computers, new electric vehicles, staff benefits and consultants are not core services, neither are granting wishes to small sections of the community. By my calculations, the Mott pool will cost more than $35 million over the first 10 years. Add in the hubs and that'll be $73.5 million. I'm sure the finance team will be well aware of the true lifetime costs, but they haven't shown you. If they can't give you this information, it might help you understand why a dam that was budgeted to cost $26.8 million has cost well over $200. This is the same team making these estimates and the same teams running the projects. Maybe if we ask some hard questions now before committing to these projects, we'll save us all some money in the long run. You're the ones responsible for setting the rates, so instead of thinking about pools, hubs, play areas and staff benefits, really concentrate on the people who can't pay and how you've set them up to possibly lose their home. You move on to the next council meeting, but they have an entire legal department focused on making them pay money they can't afford. If you really want to help people, make sure no one loses their home because of rates policies you allow. A good portion of the council is dedicated to attacking the ratepayers and by ignoring that fact, you condone it. A 0% rate rise is absolutely achievable. TDC currently receives $2.3 million in rates a week from rates alone. Instruct the CEO and staff to tighten their belts and don't accept anything less. Councillors, please don't get tricked into lifting rates to allow more borrowing, as this will make the problem bigger. Don't sign off on this 9.9% plan, especially when 9.9% means 13% for some, and for others it'll be leaving their home. Let the council breach their statutory obligations, as staff and CEO are clearly incapable of fiscal responsibility. Trim the TDC back to the bare bones and focus completely on core services and completely reject all the vanity projects. It's up to you to do what you campaigned on, listening to the community, keeping rates down, focusing on core services and using your integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak to your submission.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Peter Radford, firstly speaking on behalf of the Tasman Community Group, and then also has a submission in his own name following that. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Pete. I'm a tangata whenua and I live by the Hewaka Pūtanga 1835. I will be speaking on my own personal submission and the one on behalf of the Tasman Community Group, as they're quite similar, so I'll just combine them to make it easier. So the main focus of my speaking is the ever-increasing debt and what seems to be a total disregard for A, the ratepayers' ability to keep paying, and B, the lack of a plan to repay the capital amount and stop borrowing. I've spoken to many people in the Tasman district over the last year or so about the TDC. I would say that 99% of them are just in absolute disbelief over the way the culture of the staff appears to be. Absolutely no consideration for the financial position that most people are finding themselves in now. The attitude seems to be, we are here to rule over you peasants, and you will just keep paying and complying with whatever we demand to build our empire. Not a lot different to feudal times. There appears to be no other answer but to keep jacking up the rates, to borrow more money, to kick the can down the road for another year. Has anyone actually thought this through? What happens when John Doe can't pay anymore? I've heard the justification that, oh well, we're doing pretty well compared to some other councils. What does that even mean? Sounds great. Are we in 3rd, 4th or 10th place in the race to the bottom? It's still the bottom, folks. If the debt is not got under control and effort made to settle it, we will not get out of this debt spiral, and there really is only one outcome. Rates will continue to go up and debt will too. You cannot borrow your way out of debt or get a new credit card to pay the interest on the old one. It just doesn't work. In a few short years, we'll be looking at $500 million of debt. I hate to imagine what the rates will be then. Remember, an increase of 10% per annum takes 7.2 years to double your rates. 7.2 years doesn't take long to come around. Need I remind you of the fuel crisis and the price of food? These two things alone are crippling people, and you expect them to wear 10% more on their rates bill. If this isn't stopped in its tracks now, there won't be a ratepayer base to fleece. Then what? The debt is unsustainable. The borrowing has to stop now. Forget the Mott pool. The Richmond pool can't even support itself. We don't need another one the same. Forget the community hubs, all of them, and the Saxtonfield play area. Really, it's not even in Tasman. These 5 things will cost at least $46 million.
likely ballooning out to 70 million or more in 10 years. That's not even taking things like GST, running costs, insurance, inflation, let alone budget blowouts into consideration. Let's look at staff numbers and remuneration. $3.9 million in employee benefits and medical insurance subsidies. Then there's professional fees of $10.4 million. There's a saving of $14 million right there. That would cover the $12.2 million I thought it was. Apparently it's 14. You're trying to gouge out of the ratepayers for flood relief. How about cutting staff numbers back significantly? That would take some pressure off the ratepayer. There's far too many staff already, and I hear there's more jobs advertised. Come on. 50 years ago, or even less, New Zealand was pretty much self-sufficient. Councils were small, local, friendly, and got the job done reasonably efficiently. No one minds contributing when they get value for money. We definitely don't get that. TDC is a bloated bureaucratic monster with a mindset to increase itself at all costs. The rates are increasingly out of whack with people's income. The debt will be used as an instrument to try to get us off our land. This will not happen. The tangata whenua will not allow it. The tino rangatiratanga is ours. We need to leave a good legacy to our children and grandchildren, not an existence in a 15-minute electronic prison being controlled in what they do, buy, act, and worst of all, think. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So we have time for some questions. Councillor Neubauer and Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Peter. What do you think would be the council's interest in getting people off their land?
That's a really good question. I don't understand why they would even do that, but I mean, it is a thing that's done when people don't pay their rates. They're moved off their land. And I can see a point that we're going to get to when people aren't going to be able to afford their rates. I mean, what happens if it gets to 20,000 a year? I mean, you're going to delete a heap of people paying rates. And like I said, no one minds contributing. I expect to contribute to pay for the roads and whatnot, yeah, but it has to be fair. And it's getting out of hand. The advantage of getting people off the land, I don't know, because you're going to decrease the rate base. There isn't really one, I don't think, and that's why I asked, has it really been thought through, this process?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Councillor Woods.
Peter, I hear you. Affordability of rates is a topic that's dear to my heart. We have talked about it as a council. Do you have thoughts about what an affordability metric or affordable rates would look like?
I can only really talk about my own position. And luckily for me, I'm in a position where I can pay them, but I really don't like it because I don't get any value for money that I see. I mean, yes, okay, I can use the roads, and if I wish I can use the library, and probably a few other bits and pieces, but I don't get water, I don't get sewage, I don't get rubbish collection, I don't get any of those things. There really is nothing that I get for the $4,000 that I pay. And yes, that's quite low compared to what some people pay, granted. But we all want a bit of value for money, you know. I don't know, I haven't worked out what the answer to that question would directly be. I don't know. But I just think we're all paying more than what we should.
Okay, thank you. Unless there's any further questions, thank you very much for both presenting the submission on behalf of the Tasman Community Group and then your own personal submission and being available to answer questions. So appreciate you taking the time.
Alrighty, thank you.
Next up we have Sarah Priest. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi.
Yeah, on again. Yeah.
Oh, right. Should be green. Green for go. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm like Joyce. I've never made a submission. I've never come and spoke at something like this. So it's my first time. And if you looked at my submission, you saw I got a bit impassioned and it got a bit garbled because I was a bit incensed. So my first question is, where's the CEO? She's not here? Why not? Did she not come to this sort of thing? Just not here. I was hoping she'd be here because I was looking up her expertise about sustainability and everything, which is really relevant to our rates. So it's a shame she's not here. Are any of the heads of departments for TDC here? Okay, we've got 1 and 2. Okay, that's great. Okay, that's good because I just thought if, my probably main topics really are management and accountability. So I think it's important that the heads of departments should actually attend something like this because ultimately they're not the people we vote in, but they're people who are doing the work. So I'm not going to read out a lot of my stuff, but I think you all took an oath of allegiance. Is that correct? When you took positions? Yeah. And so I just thought pertinent, obviously I am not a Kiwi, I'm Scottish, but I live here, so I deem this as my home and my place where I invest, I pay taxes, and I'm an accountable, person. So I just thought I'd read part of the New Zealand national anthem first. It's God of nations at thy feet, in the bonds of love we meet. Hear our voices, we entreat. God defend our free land. Guard Pacific's triple star from the shafts of strife and war. Make her praises heard afar. God defend New Zealand. The second verse is, men of every creed and race, so that's me and probably other people here, gather here before thy face, asking thee to bless this place. God defend our free land. From dissension, envy, hate, and corruption, guard our state. Make our country good and great. God defend New Zealand. So I suppose that's my key verse, and corruption guard our state. I do think the way the proposal is for our increase in rates is actually corruption. And I think there's an amorata. I can't keep affording to keep paying, these rates at this increase because I don't get 10% PAYE increase in my earnings every year. So maybe I should go for one of the jobs that's open. I think maybe I could do the finance job. I think that's going, isn't it, at the minute? I am being tongue-in-cheek. You've got to laugh. Anyway, as a believer in Jesus Christ, I did want to speak about other matters, but as I was praying about coming today, God led me to Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 22 to 28. So I am going to read it because it's about integrity. It's about who we are and who we represent. You live, I assume most of you live in the TDC, and so it's relevant for us, really, on how we conduct ourselves. Should you not fear me, declares the Lord? Should you not tremble in my presence? I made the sand a boundary for the sea, an everlasting barrier it cannot cross. The waves may roll, but they cannot prevail. They may roar, but they cannot cross it. But these people have stubborn and rebellious hearts. They have turned aside and gone away. They do not say to themselves, let us fear the Lord our God, who gives autumn and spring rains in season, who assures us of the regular weeks of harvest. Your wrongdoings have kept these away. Your sins have deprived you of good. Among my people are wicked men who lie in wait, like men who snare birds, and like those who set traps to catch men. Like cages full of birds, their houses are full of deceit. They have become rich and powerful, and have grown fat and sleek. Their evil deeds have no limit. They do not plead the case of the fatherless to win. They do not defend the rights of the poor. I would just like people to consider, maybe look at that sometime. God only gave me to verse 28, but I'd actually quite like to read verse 29 because he says, should I not punish them for this, declares the Lord? Should I not avenge myself on such a nation as this? So, God holds us accountable at the end of the day, whether you believe it or not, he is real. So So if we're going to be sustainable, which I believe is Leonie Ray, the CEO's, one of her key things is about sustainability and community-led development and intergenerational equity, the TDC needs to show stewardship and resilience in how it treats its ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for coming in and speaking to your submission. And last up, last for the day's submitters, we have David Young. So welcome, David.
Sorry. Well, it's how difficult it is becoming to run a district or a city council, particularly given the kind of diktats that are being thrown at everybody on a weekly basis by the current government. But I do want to actually talk today a little bit about what I think has been a long tradition of a culture within the TDC of being too secretive for the good of the community and the good of the decisions that are made. And I think that because so many decisions are held back for so long, and the council is often, I think, finishes up backing the wrong side. And I've given 4 examples from the area that I'm most interested in, and that is fresh water. And the first one is about Waikato Pupu Springs, where I was astounded that the council actually took an active position against a water conservation order on Waikato Pupu Springs, which to my mind is so extraordinary, so beautiful, and so unique that it probably is really should be a UNESCO heritage site. But the TDC, in its wisdom, and a few farmers alongside them, decided that they would contest that water conservation order hearing. And as a result of that, I'm sure that a great deal of expenditure was committed that ought not to have been, because I think if you had surveyed or asked questions about people's attitude to those springs, I don't think you would have had support for the position that you took. But I think far worse than that, once it had actually been announced, the first I knew of the council's reaction to it was in your news lines, is that what it's called? Your newsletter, where you just started assuming that you were going to back it now, of course, because you had no choice, but you didn't even acknowledge that you had actually been on the wrong side. And that leads me to my first point about expenditure in detail, and that is I do think that monthly publication is well intended, but I think that it is a bit of a joke, to be quite honest, speaking as a former journalist and a writer for about 50 or 60 years of my life, because I don't think it has any credibility. I think if you're going to actually address something like that decision, you've got to say, well, we were on the wrong side, but we're going to do better now. But I would much prefer you hadn't been on the wrong side in the first place. So if you were going to run a news letter monthly, I think that you need to have a serious journalist on it working part-time and not PR and marketing people, which is what it looks like. And the judge who made the water conservation order was actually very critical of the TDC in his comments about the order, and he actually said that the Waikato Pupu has been rendered at significant risk through long-standing inadequate monitoring and inadequate catchment management by the Tasman District Council. Now, we don't have much time, so the next one is about the water conservation order on the Motueka River. Now, this was largely about cultural landscapes and the sort of very beautiful place that it is, but I do think that in some ways the whole attitude of the council to that river is to be a bit technical and a little bit poetic, is antediluvial. in the sense that it does not seem to have brought the kind of hydrological expertise to the decisions that it has granted, particularly on gravel extraction and flood management. As you know, the Auditor General ran his tape over you guys alongside the Waikato Regional Council, looking at two areas that have been hard hit by floods. That was in June, of course. And he found, Grant Taylor, the Auditor General, said he found poor alignment between community and what the council knew, which I think is something to dwell upon. A quote, mixed understanding of whether, based on the designs, the expected performance of their flood protection is sufficient, and better campaigns needed to inform the community of their vulnerability. And then the really telling lines, the TDC needs to improve how it collects and stores information about its infrastructure, and the TDC needs to improve how it prioritises investment. I couldn't say that more loudly. And the TDC's culture of secrecy, there it is, it's his words, is seen as no longer appropriate. I really implore you to give consideration to these words. It comes up again and again.
Think David, we're past the 5 minutes by
was that the 5 minute mark?
It was.
Oh my goodness. Time flies when you're having fun.
Indeed.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, that's quite all right. No, and firstly, your written submission, which included a number of these points in detail, has certainly been circulated and read by councillors.
Okay.
So thank you very much for taking the time to come along and present it this afternoon. Right, that does draw us to the conclusion of the submissions hearing. So I'd just like to, I'll come across to Robin, just to touch on the training for, I can end the meeting. Provide their diaries. So with that, I'd just like to appreciate the time that everyone's taken to come and speak. Clearly, we've heard a wide range of views on a wide range of topics during the course of the day. And all those people who have taken the time to come in during what is a work day to speak to us, to answer questions and to present their submissions, do very much appreciate it and look forward to the opportunity when the council next gets together to deliberate on the various points of view that were raised. So with that, I will draw the meeting to a close. Close with kia ora kia, kia te kōrero, kia wātea, kia mamata manawa o te tangata, ki u ki te ara mō tātou o ora nei, ki rongo, ki runga, ki tina hui e, tai ki e.